Hi guys, you're both gonna compete against each other. What's your player name?
Okay, my player name is Fatch.
My player name is Spamstu.
Yeah, press your button, Family. Nice. We ready?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. At which POI could you get the mythic rarity drum gun?
Agency.
How many seasons of Squad FNCS have there been?
1.
Correct. How much shield do you get if you pop a mini, a big, and a chug splash?
It's 25 mini, 50 big, and 20 chug splash.
So?
Oh, like total? Like it's 95?
Correct.
You are so good.
I thought it was like.
Veno won his first FNCS ever together with who?
Aqua.
That's correct. True or false? FNCS All-Star had both a solo and a duo event.
False.
Correct.
Only solos.
True or false? Queasy won his first FNCS together with his teammates Jerky and Paco.
No, it's Trulex and Jerky.
At which POI could you get the mythic rarity AR and Grappler?
A shark.
Correct. Tayson has won a total of how many FNCS?
5.
Correct. Who won FNCS C3S3 of the EU FNCS?
Queasy Veno.
Say it again.
Queasy Veno.
Wrong.
Wait, chapter 2, season 3?
I know it.
It's
3, 2, 1.
I don't know.
Janis and Vadil.
I thought I could say it right after I remember.
What item both heals you and your teammates and speeds you up?
Chili Chuck Splash.
Correct. Which player has the most FNCS titles in the NA region?
Mero.
Wrong.
Booga.
Wrong. Epic Whale and Arkham.
Oh,
both
and
have
the region. Oh, we.
6.
I thought it.
True.
You can throw me, I'm orange and love water. I give 50 HP, what am I?
Step Juice.
Wrong.
I didn't hear the question. Can you repeat it?
It's a flopper. Question 15. How many types of mid-match objectives are there currently in C4S3?
3.
Wrong.
I don't know. 2?
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
Which one?
I have no idea.
Okay. Vault and the capture point of Rift Loot Island. Question 16. Shockwave hammers were a big part of what season?
Chapter 4, season 1.
Correct. What season was it when the majority of the map was flooded?
Chapter 2, season 3.
Correct. Finish the POI name. Holly?
Edges.
Correct. Finish the POI name. Misty?
Midos.
Correct. Finish the POI name. Tomato?
Town.
Correct. Good job, guys. We're done.
the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane. What's up, Fortnite fam? I hope you're ready for some serious FNCS action, because we sure are. Major 3 is starting tonight, and this 4-week competition is going to take every competitor's focus in order to make it to the grand finals. They'll have 3 weeks, and after the initial weeks of play, the 50 best teams on the series point leaderboard will advance through the grand finals of Major 3. Here, they are not just competing for the Axe of Champions, a slice of the prize pool, and the FNCS Championship title, but also the highly sought-after spots for the Global Championship later this year in Denmark. The NA region will have a total of 10 spots available to them, which will send them straight to the upper bracket of the event. It's time to step up now, as the competition kicks off tonight. No teams will give up without a fight during this major, as everything is on the line. It's now or never, and only time can tell who will come out victorious. This is the NA FNCS. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the NA FNCS. Yesterday, we watched EU take the stage in My Oh My, where the adaptations, crazy plays, with Siphon being back on, mid-match objectives. There was so much to break down, and we're going to do all that again here in North America. Now, before we get too far, I did want to go ahead and take a moment, highlight Legends Landing. If you enjoy what you're seeing here, and you kind of want to pair that up and do it in Fortnite, well, guess what? You can. You can check out the island code right here. Hop in. There's 1v1 and 2v2 box fights, 1v1 build fights, the Hall of Legends, and of course, a display case for the Axe of Champions. Make sure you guys stop on by. It's a great way to not only play Fortnite, but also watch the FNCS at the same exact time. Now, I want to focus back on the competition, and we have some brains here that will help us talk about all of this. It is none other than the best taco and Mini Miner, your analyst here for today. Friends, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Zeke, and what a great time it is, because we're finally getting to see what the action is all about here for Major 3.
Yeah, we had EU yesterday. It was absolutely crazy. Some of the plays were insane. I'm expecting no different from NA. I'm excited for today.
For sure. We're going to be talking about a couple things here. We'll be talking about duos and, of course, how the meta is translated from EU to NA. But let's start with those duos. So we have for you first a list of the first 25 duos we'll be seeing compete here in today's matches. We have 6 games coming up for all of your viewing pleasures. Now we start off with Clix and Epic Whale. Now Epic Whale, one of the most winningest players in all of Fortnite history. He is the 6th time. You see it there in his name. And of course Clix, one of the most prolific, most legendary, however many words you want to attach to him. Clix is Clix. But now they have come together to form a duo. What can we expect out of these guys?
Well, one more phrase to add to the pile here, and that's going to be a fan favorite duo without a doubt when you pair these two together. But what I'm really excited about between these two and their dynamic is that Clix, he's been very open about the fact that he's been wanting to revert more back to his fragger potential and his fragger playstyle as opposed to the IGLing that we've been seeing out of him recently. So paired alongside Epic Whale, who's got so much experience. I mean, you talk about those FNCS championship accolades that he has sitting behind his name. So you know that he's going to have some great calls for Clix.
Yeah, of course, Clix was playing with Scented. I think that was Clix in his prime at the moment. He is reaching that stage of his game right now where he's had that IGL experience. He has that brain to go alongside his fragging ability, and I think this is a match made in heaven.
All right, I'd love to see it. Now, you're probably thinking, well, what about Day then? Where is he? Well, he's actually paired up with Nasid. Now, this is a brand new duo. When I say brand new, I mean brand new, huh, Taco?
Yeah, it took Day quite some time to even manage to find his duo. Even within the past week, he was still struggling to find his duo partner. But now with Nazin, this could be the Day comeback season that I think he's really aiming for.
Yeah, I mean, back in Chapter 2, think back to Chapter 2, sort of Season 6, Season 4, when Day was arguably the best fragger in the region, almost in the world as well. A lot of people would agree. And he's one of those sort of players that hasn't quite found the same success when it comes to duos or even towards the latter stages of Chapter 2. So he struggled to try and find this duo partner. Of course, he played with Clix all the way back in Chapter 3 and hasn't quite been able to find anyone that's matched his sort of playstyle. And that playstyle is very, very aggressive. He likes to make big, bold plays. He likes to hop in box, sometimes to his demise. So I'm hoping that Nossen can try and keep him under wraps today.
Look, anytime Miro is willing to vouch for a player, though, you can imagine that they have got what it takes. And Day certainly is, I think he's going to be able to pop back.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, after a week of being paired up, we'll have to see how they do as a duo. Now, that was just the first 25 list of players we'll be seeing compete today. Let's jump on over to see the second list of 25. Now remember, this being the second half, we have 2 more duos to throw your way. Now, I want to highlight Trashy and Clarity G. So, in the past, for you following FNCS, you're probably used to hearing Trashy and Pump, and then Clarity G and Casker. But now both of these duos have split up and brought together Trashy and Clarity G specifically. What are expectations for this duo specifically?
It might be a little bit surprising even to see Trashy and Pump split, but you have to imagine something just wasn't clicking. And Trashy, definitely a seasoned player within his own right, but what's exciting about Clarity, or that we have going on here, is that you have to remember back in Major 1, he actually set the record for a time being the highest eliminations for an individual to acquire during an FNCS finals. So you can definitely expect that there's going to be some highlight reel moments.
I'm expecting some crazy plays. I'm expecting some unique plays to do with some of the mechanics in game. Trashy and Pump always used to use the augments and some of the big bush bombs and some of those combinations of augments together to have some interesting strategies. So I'm expecting Trashy to sort of bring that to clarity here, and I'm hoping for a little bit more consistency from them that we didn't see with Pump.
All right, I like to see it. Now, of course, one last duo to throw your way. It is Macwood and Blake. So this is not only the oldest in terms of age in the lobby, but also of experience. I think what Mini Miner Blake is like 13 grand final appearances, right?
Yeah, around that. He is one of the most experienced Grand Finals players on the NA region. He's been in the scene for so long. And Macwood, of course, it's such a long-time name in the NA scene. The High King of the region, which doesn't usually have that sort of name in their region. So I'm excited to see if they can sort of rekindle some of that success today. I know Blake was playing with Bizzle a little bit at the beginning of this chapter, and it wasn't quite working out. But I think for these guys, if they can take height in this no mobility meta, they will find success.
And if there's one thing that you can definitely attest to when it comes to Blake, is that he has certainly seemed like an incredibly driven and dedicated player, been participating in a lot of other tournaments as well, just to try and make it happen this season.
Yeah, well, we can speculate and talk about his history and his past and what he's doing, but we can actually talk to him directly because we have him standing by for an interview. Blake, what is going on, my man? I love these opportunities where I just get to hang out with you and say what's up. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Bro, I'm doing fantastic. We're about to watch some NA FNCS. It's going to be absolutely wild. So, dude, let's talk about this. You guys being kind of one of these oldest duos, veteran duos, whatever people want to call it. How are you guys feeling coming into Major number 3? Are you confident? Is there maybe a couple things you're like, we need to work on these things if we're going to really make it to globals?
So me and Macwood formed. Like, I was actually in Saudi Arabia for Gamers 8, and he DM'd me to play duos, and I was like, yeah, I got to get this man out of retirement. He's an old man. So I'm back playing with another veteran. He's been around in the scene for a while, but I'm super confident. We've only played the last Duo Cash Cup and now this season, or this FNTS week 1, but we've qualified for both. So I'm feeling good.
And Blake, I want to ask you, because I know that you've definitely been doing a fair amount of traveling in general, moving process as well on top of everything else. So your life has definitely been fairly chaotic. So now that you are a little bit more settled down, how has everything been grind-wise for you?
There's definitely been a lot of traveling with all the DreamHacks, Gamers 8, the Red Bull tournament in Scotland. So I've been all over the place this year, and then the move to Texas with the switch of servers to NA Central. But it feels good to be back and like really grinding for this last major. It's top 10 that qualify for Copenhagen, so I think we're gonna get it done.
Of course, we all know Macwood for his high ground. Of course, you guys are uncontested at Lonely Labs today. So how are you going to play? What's the strategies going into this? How are we expecting to see you guys on top today?
So seeing Blake in a finals lobby uncontested is a rare sighting. So we definitely got to make this one count. But we're just going to play our game. You know, we have a good game plan, good mid-game strategy, and I think we understand the meta really well.
Love to see it. Well, Blake, for all the fans out there, if they're not following you and they want to find you, where can they do that?
Well, my Twitter is just Blake PS, and my Twitch is @Blake.
There you go. Keeping it simple. Well, Blake, hey, best of luck in today's competition. We can't wait to see how you guys perform here in the FNCS.
Thank you.
There you have it. Getting to hear from Blake himself. Now, of course, we kind of talked about duos, and as I mentioned, yesterday we watched the action over in EU, but now there's kind of a question in our minds. How will NA adapt some of these things? So let's take this opportunity to talk about EU versus NA. Guys, yesterday we saw Rift Island being so vital to some of these duos in their strategies. Do we expect more of that to happen today?
It wasn't even just vital, it was the complete game changer between first and second place there for iDrop and Mappy. I mean, them securing Rift Island and being able to accrue that extra 30 points was pretty monumental, and that's not even factoring in the loot that's available here. So I kind of want to see a lot of presence from the NA teams that are a little bit more towards that mid-map section, because that's what we saw from EU yesterday, was the mid-map teams challenging for it.
Yeah, definitely. I was a little bit surprised as to the consistency of which the teams that we saw going up for this Rift Island was, because the Rift Island has dedicated spawn locations across the map, and usually you'd expect teams that are sort of in that vicinity to end up just going up for it. It's sort of a different team every single game, but it seemed like a very cookie cutter iDrop Mappy, of course, Malabuka and Thomas HD as well going up for it and fighting, so I think we might see that a little bit on NA too.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about, of course, there being no mobility in the current loot pool, right? In seasons past, we've seen a couple items that would help players try and rotate or attack high ground. But with no mobility items, we're seeing high ground being even more valuable than before. And most of the times, duos that have that high ground do move on to win. So is NA going to let that slide, or are we going to see just more of that repeated today?
Well, again, when it comes to height and height control especially, it's the lack of materials that I think a lot of teams are encountering whenever it gets to those moving zone stages, particularly later ones. And Pink and Vico, I think, in their Game 4 win yesterday, did a phenomenal job at just establishing height control. And it's not like they had immediate control of it either. Their reign actually started right around 7th zone, because we see Pink actually acquire a nice refresh off of Steno, and that refresh giving him max mats was the primary reason why they were able to pick their perfect instance. They started tarping towards that front side of zone. They still didn't have immediate height control, but by tarping ahead to the front side before everybody else, that was what really gave them the edge, because again, they had the materials to do so, and materials are just so hard to come by because it's low mobility, everyone's congested towards the bottom.
Yeah, they are. And in this no mobility meta, the high ground becomes almost buffed in its effectiveness when it comes to endgame and closing out those games. And I think that's what we saw yesterday. Of course, we saw Pink, who used to be a high ground king, now back on top as well. Maybe we'll see that today in NA, but I want a little breakdown. I want to see exactly how they ended up winning from that high ground position, because we have a little freeze frame here for you guys to have a little look at. And we can see them at the top on height right now, as we can see on the top left of the screen. There they are on top. And you can see them here. They're a little bit above the rest of the lobby. They're 2 or 3 layers. I think it's 3 layers above the second height team. So they're looking to be a couple of layers above so that they're not going to get snuck up on, but of course also not too high up so they don't get eliminated to full damage.
And it's important to keep an eye out for those red outlines as well. Those other players you can kind of see being more forced into those second and basically low ground layers, because Pink and Vico, what they're essentially doing is they're just being ultra suppressive towards those teams on second and third height. They're not really allowing anybody to have the opportunity to challenge them by constantly spraying down. Vico, even in that game, I believe he had a mythic flapjack rifle, and that was crucial in terms of just being able to just constantly force and smother the whole lobby down to the ultimate low ground layer. So they had total control of height and total control of how everybody else was forced to play.
And that's the most important thing. When you're on a high ground, making sure to keep applying that pressure down below, using items like the Breacher's shotgun, using items like the flapjack just to keep that pressure and let them all fight it out. We saw it yesterday with Vico going on down, getting those eliminations, and then Pink was able to ride out the victory. So I hope NA teams have been taking some notes from yesterday.
You gotta hope so, right? Because EU really brought the heat yesterday. So now we have a little bit of time here. Before we go into games, I want to ask you guys your expectations coming in. What are we hoping to see NA do today for us, especially with Siphon being back in? Is it going to be more of the same, some different strategies? What do you guys think?
Siphon has definitely allowed for more of those clutch instances to basically come back to fruition. So I think it'll be hype to see which teams are actually fighting out frequently for their combat caches.
I want to see a hype team dominate today. I want to see one team take height every single game. I want to have an NA hype king.
Okay, well, there you have it. Just as excited as these guys are, we are as well. We have two casters who are even more excited. Let me introduce you to them. It is none other than Lemon2K and Jacob PR. Over to y'all.
Excited is an understatement, Zeke. Let me tell you, after watching the action yesterday on EU, I felt like I could not sleep waiting for today. But we're all talking about what we want to see here today. Levin, what about you? What do you want to see from the NA crew?
I want to see how all these new duos fare, right? Of course, we've seen so many familiar names in this lobby, but in new combinations, and I think it really just goes to show everybody is doing what they can in this final major to try and qualify for globals. It's a big, big, big season coming up for a lot of these NA boys, and I'm sure they will be ready for it come game one and throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, luckily we don't have to wait long for game number one, because the battle bus is ready. Let's get right into it.
Here we go then. Another season of NA Central, another season of NA FNCS, and a chance for everyone here today, and for the players who maybe didn't make it today, to get a spot in the Global Championships if they have not already. We've already seen a bunch of top players from this region make it there, and a couple more who I'm sure will be added to the list. Look at the likes of M-Pen here, playing with Byler now. You excited for that duo?
Oh, I'm excited. M-Pen, I got to play with him in that box fight tournament going up against Vivid. We fell short, but let me tell you, he's just a funny guy, and he knows how to play when it matters most. But over on one side of the map where it is getting busy right out of the gates, Brutal Bash, we got Rokane and Vert going up against their competition, and already they're trying to break into the box, cause some disruption to the leaderboards.
What do we have here? Just trying to sneak around, pistol in hand, trying to find that angle where an opportunity will arise. It's not going to come easy, though.
No, that was a good amount of damage very, very early on. Just following up on it. That's what I wanted to see here in the situation. But you don't really know what loot that Rokane and Vert have in that situation. And honestly, seeing the loot on Rokane alone, not really knowing what Vert has, I wouldn't have pushed that either. As Decay is just toying with it, along with Cosmo. They have the high ground, but the loot advantage goes to Vert and Rokane towards the bottom side of this landing spot. And Decay and Cosmo, even though they don't know the loot on the other side, timing is of the essence here. The longer they stay, the harder it's going to be for them to try to survive.
Yeah, 100%, especially with how furiously Rokane and Vert are going to be farming down there to get their materials up, right, and try and get an even bigger advantage in terms of what they have available to them.
Minimize where he's actually located at, but since they're trapped down low to the low ground, you see they're doing the next best thing, just farming up, getting as many mats and resources as possible. Hound in the feeds, getting a knock and the elimination onto Kinzo. So a great start for them, and the disengage does come through. Decay and Cosmo want to go ahead and find loot elsewhere. That's why we prefaced how important the timing is, as Baka and Par seeming like they're already in a 1v2 situation. They already have a commanding lead over this fight here, and Baka and Pars, they're the team coming from that NA West region. When they're combined from East and West into Central, a lot of people didn't necessarily give the West players a lot of respect, and this is a team that is now demanding that respect.
Yeah, a very, very worthy adversary to anyone in this lobby, and looking to start the game with a bang and a bang. They'll start it with Marzo W taking it out. So they will reign supreme here off spawn, and I'm sure we'll get to see some of that off spawn action between them a bunch today.
Shattered Slab talking about that. Two teams directly here in the fight. A third potential towards the north side, and then you see an individual player creeping in. Shattered Slabs, one of the potential vaults, does spawn on this side of the map, and I say potential because there's a few around the map that it could go through. That's why these early game fights are so important, to give yourself at least a footing here on this side of the map. But you can see from one individual player, that full team now floating in. That's the fourth party potential, as the suppressed Havoc AR is just doing so much damage to the builds, dropping down logs for just a second, but he doesn't like being that close to his opponent with his teammates separated.
Understandably, right? Off spawn and Shattered Slab, such an open area, can be pretty risky. Can easily be caught out, and we're seeing it here. Degen, nice control and a nice shot to pair with it. Uber composed and cleans that one up. Don't typically associate Degen with fighting prowess, but showcasing he does have them skills.
It's kind of one of those things that happen too. Degen, former teammate with Muzz last season, they have so much familiarity over towards Shattered Slab, so it's basically business as usual. Pump, former teammate, along with Trashy. New duos here, and already starting off hot here in game number 1. And they didn't even expend a ton of time, so that third and fourth party opportunity that I was talking about, right out the window.
Getting it cleaned up quick and easy. Canada and Ages here over towards the racetrack area. Of course, this is where we expect to see them landing a lot of the time, and oftentimes finding quite the fair bit of success from this area of the map as well. They have full control. Anybody in this lobby is going to be aware of their presence, and will look to stay clear where possible.
Saw one half of the former team. Talked about Pump on one side, Trashy here on the other. So many new duos forming this season, trying to give them the best chances. This is Major 3. There's 10 spots up for grabs for that global championship. And if you miss out here, you got to go again in that last chance major. And you don't want to put it all in that last opportunity. So these first couple weeks mean so much to get to that top 50, because Surge Week is also no longer here. So that top 50 teams go directly to the FNCS Grand Finals.
Yeah, you have to be consistent, right?
Yep.
It's not like previous majors where you had that opportunity maybe to just jump in at the very last moment, or have a wonder class performance just to sneak your way in. No, you have to be on your game all throughout the qualifiers.
Talk about having some good games. This is a team right here, newly formed as well. Reet and Ritual. Ritual, former teammates with TK, and Reet, former teammates with Epic Whale. Everybody knows that one. And in that duo Cash Cup, not the most recent one, these guys lit up the leaderboards. They dominated, they took over. They didn't even need to play their game number 6, but they did anyway for the chemistry and the practice. So they have so much potential between them two. It's just about executing here in our first weekly finals of NA. Like, just so many superstars all around the map. We got a former FNCS, or say reigning FNCS championship, Duke and Edgy, not going too far from the spot that won it all, landing towards Steamy Springs, and no strangers to a contested drop either. But it does look like they're taking their time. They don't want to go all in just yet, and it does look like a 1v2 situation, but slowly but surely somebody's trying to close the gap. lend a helping hand, be the aid for Curly. Nuisance is there. It actually looks like it's Duke that's by himself.
Yeah, we'll see it. His team is not too far away. You see Edgy up on the hill. But Duke is the one being a bit more aggressive in this fight, trying to really control the pace, the tempo. Edgy, that insurance above, just to come in when needed. Ooh, needs to be careful, doesn't want to get caught out. And you see now, switch in decision making, gonna look to back off from this fight, get towards the safe zone. And instantly now, once they want to run away, that's when their opponents want to start the fight.
I think a lot of them are just waking up and realizing where the zone is actually pulling. If the first zone wasn't an indication enough, the second one pulling far away from Steamy Springs means we have an eastern side pull. And depending on what it looks like, it might go all the way towards the north. Yep, I'm going to have to agree. It is going to be a northeast pull on this map. So a lot of the teams that land towards the south, including Acorn and Cold, are going to have to get a little bit more proactive. And that's something they already did in round number 2. They got first place, 65 eliminations, 4 victory royales. These guys know how to put on a show, and just a speed bump in their journey in that last major. And honestly, I would rather get it out of the way in Major 2 than the Global Championship.
Yeah, and look, I got the time to talk to Acorn about that season, right? And he really emphasized that he felt it was his fault how they performed. He felt he wasn't up to scratch, he wasn't up to par, but he assured me even through all the drama with them potentially separating that he was going to be on his A game come Major 3. And I think it's safe to say that that definitely has been the case. I think the vibes are a bit better between them. They understand as a duo, we are going to be playing with each other. We better just get on with it and get back to our best form. And I think we've seen that so far through this qualifier.
Just sniped him with that breacher shotgun there from across the map. Just sitting him down. Acorn and Cold beginning to heat up, exactly what you're saying. And that's something that I like. Holding yourself accountable. So many players, they like to blame somebody else. They like to blame things that aren't necessarily in control. That's something that Acorn could control. And I love the fact that he takes accountability for it. But you heard Zeke, you heard our analyst harp on it. If you start the game, Blake and Macwood, and honestly landing towards Lonely Labs, that's where Macwood, his home is. The last couple times he has been competing here in the FNCS. Already got 2 eliminations. They want to disengage. Does look like they're going to try to go north. They want to go towards the slower side of the zone, or as far north as they possibly can before they get pushed in by another team. Timing is up the essence here. But as we tune right back in, Acorn is down. It's all up to Cold. He's in a what-to-do situation, too.
I feel like I've just jinxed it. I was just talking about how he wants to be on his A game, and now he's the one down, and it's up to Cold to clutch up. But we have seen this many times before. It's not a situation Cold will be unfamiliar with, but it's one that might be a bit harder to deal with right now, with 2 players just trying to jump in his face, jump through his rams. Big shot from Cold. And hold on a minute. How's he managed that? The third party just might have saved him, but Cold somehow staying alive there. And again, it is just Cold magic. No way on earth he should still be in this game.
Just add that to the other clips that he has of moments just like that. But it's Shore and Zypha unknowingly keep Acorn and Cold alive in this situation. And if you watch this one back, Shore and Zypha, I guarantee you they're going to regret this decision, because they're one of the most aggressive duos. They know how to play at every stage of the game, and they have the breacher to take control of the pieces. And you can see Acorn being a little aggressive, trying to alleviate the pressure from his teammate. Now Cold's taking a lot of that focus over on the side, but he gave him just enough time to pop that big pot. Now Acorn with that breacher is getting back to work to try to take control of all this real estate around him.
Time for Acorn to strut his stuff a bit. We already know Cold's the GOAT. We already know he's that guy. Let's see if Acorn can help him out here and add a bit more firepower in this 2v2. A replay of what we just saw from Cold again. When players jump through your ramp like that, when you're holding it, a lot of the time, once they phase through, it's like, ah, yeah, it's wraps. Like, I'm just dead. It's over. But here,
you to defend it.
when you're up against Cold, you know, it's like, you just never know what you're going to get. In fact, more times than not, you know what you're going to get. It's going to be him winning the fight.
I feel like this team's winning right now. They got the ball. Rise and User. to see the loot that they have on it. And now they're going for Rift Island. So in terms of mid-map objectives, they already have 3 points, plus the 2 from the elimination. And now they're working for 15 more. And if you look around the minimap right now, nobody's looking like they're trying to contest them just yet. They're not necessarily going for rifts, and it doesn't look like they're going for the zip lines either. So this just looks like a free lead for Rise and User.
Yeah, and Rise and User are one of my favorite duos, if not my favorite duo in NA. I think when they're at their very, very best, a very, very difficult team to stop. The game plan, the strategy set in stone, and always up to scratch. Rise, one of the best IGLs. You know an IGL's good when he's coaching Queasy and Vino and they're giving him props for how good he is leading them, so
And
take
that's
that with what you will.
a little bit more confidence on the side of Rise because he's coaching them at their own drop spot, a team that's going to the global championship. If that doesn't say I'm ready for anything around any corner, I don't know what does, but Rise and User still have to claim their own spot for said global championship, along with Desi and Rihan. We've seen them a few times before, winning some games in our weekly finals. They're just gonna have to replicate that type of success here, and right now it just looks like they're hiding, biding their time for either some sort of a sneak attack or just to get the scraps that's left over. Oh, they get spotted out by Rise himself. And the disengage comes through. They don't want any of that noise.
You can't sneak attack this guy. Always alert, always aware. And he wards them off as well. User trying to find a different angle as well to potentially add some more damage to their tally.
83 below the threshold. This is not where you want to be at this early in the game. And Storm Surge in this game, number 1, is going to be slightly more difficult than it was in EU. We had some early game skirmishes go down at EU. A lot of teams dropped out of the gates. NA looking a little bit more conservative on this early game, letting their work kind of develop and their play try to make it happen across the map. Chubbs gets tagged up, 120 below the damage threshold. No more heals to his name. Only has a few seconds, if that, as he gets taken down by Storm Surge. Teeks is going through that same pain, but he's at least able to get a nice shot onto Bryce, clean that one up, and get above that damage threshold. These are huge early game battles for the teams that might have a ton of rotating to do.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that throughout this game, right? Where a lot of these teams are going to be struggling down on Surge, and they're going to have to take sort of desperate fights. This game started off so slow, right? Nobody really wanted to do anything, take any fights. A very passive approach to the start of the game. But you can't hide forever, Jacob. In the Fortnite lobby with Storm Surge, you got to eventually start dealing damage.
I know, already seeing here. The action finally breaking off.
Oh, wow.
Already got the knock onto one. And a great shot on the other. And then the Storm does the rest. That's back-to-back eliminations by Pump as a solo. And now he has a huge chance to get DJ back into the game. Great start.
I think the big thing when it comes to Pump is we're probably going to find ourselves comparing him to Trashy a lot of the time this season, right?
Yeah.
When you have a duo that's played with each other for so long and they split up, you always go, okay, who's going to come out better of the two?
Shots off in the distance. That was one of the pain points for that old duo of Epic, Whale, and Reet landing towards Mega City. It was Storm Surge. They didn't necessarily have that blueprint of success, so at times they did have to go out hunting for it. This time around, it isn't much, but it's something. They're above that damage threshold, which does give them flexibility. And seeing where they were at on the racetrack and seeing this zone pull in that direction, they still might not have too much rotating to do, unlike Npan and Bylaw, who are trying to heal up, get as much shield, get as much HP as possible, because they know this adventure that's about to go on is not going to be an easy one.
It's such an awkward rotation, right? Stuck at the bottom of this hill, team to your right, teams all the way up above that are going to cause you issues. If anything, they've got to be alert to the fact that a fight is breaking out right next to them, and maybe they can capitalize on that to start making their move to zone. Maybe even decide to jump in and third party it, based off of if they can deal any damage.
135 below. He desperately needs to deal damage. Even in theory, if he tries to out heal it here and it works, That's just something that's going to haunt you later on in the game as it continues to progress. Now he's getting deeper into the zone, looking for any bit of heals that he can work with. But the longer he takes just simply out healing it, the harder it's going to be for him to actually get the damage. You add on the fact that you can see all the duos around him already beginning to rotate. He has about 14 seconds left before Storm Surge actually ticks through and takes him down altogether. Probably even less here as he's trying to get that second mini off. This is just one of those instances in a game number 1 where you go back to the drawing board. Now you can go to the VODs, you can watch the stream and figure out what went wrong and how to fix it.
He started shooting Jackson, and Jackson was very low there. If he had gotten the elim and gotten the siphon from that and stayed alive, that would have been an amazing play. But it wasn't to be, and so that's the end of the run. But TK and Jackson will not stop yet, way above on Surge. And so now it's all about making sure they make the right decisions in their positioning as they move through this game, as the zone gets smaller, and they will land perfectly into this next zone as it pulls on them towards Mega City.
What a fitting zone for game number 1 of the NA Finals. Deep into the heart of Mega City. A lot of nooks, crannies for players to hide. A lot of environmental cover that's already there. Prefabs that they can hide behind. But for the teams that are not there, you got a long journey and hard work to follow through. As Beast and Diego, they're just trying to fire shots. They're above the damage threshold. They want to back down their opponents so they can make an easier rotation. And somebody gets the Wild Boss Augment and just trying to throw those in to block off their rotation even more. Almost half the lobby is seemingly on this north side of the zone.
Such a difficult rotation to make. Trashy, we're very familiar with seeing him in these kind of different situations where rotations are difficult. The problem is in previous seasons he had things he could use to rotate. Now he just has to use his 2 feet. And he's doing a good job using this cover. He found a good timing. And so now just making sure to stay friendly at least with the players between them. Taking shots to ward people off, but not to initiate a battle. And continuing to move through these old builds, using them as cover. A really nice rotation. They don't have many materials, and so saving on materials, and now even going to try swimming.
Fancy in air. He's doing anything to get there. Milo with a huge peek. Taking down Magnolia. Scope soon to follow. A team that just had such high hopes to see them perform. They just get shut down. But that's NPen, my former duo in the box fights, showing up big. Yeah, I said it.
Really nice shot.
I said it.
Really nice shot from Viola there. Let's see if you can hit more of those. Those shots are big for getting them in a good spot for Surge. He needs to be careful. There's players behind him yet. He gets caught out. We're going to see if he's going to actually survive there. That's interesting. Losing all of his shields.
Fight breaking down all on the other side. Not too far to travel for Pump and Degen. They can take their time, especially knowing that they're over 250 above the damage threshold. So having a peek for shots isn't necessarily going to be the most important thing. It's just about getting the zone, solidifying your position, and then worrying later. Batman, Booga, and Epic pick up respective eliminations in the feed, adding not only their elimination total, but to their Storm Surge threshold, trying to make their journey that much easier, because you don't want to get caught behind, and they need something here for Clix and Epic. Well, they're only 9 above that damage threshold. So Mega City and not being the best on Storm Surge seems to continue for this team.
It's tough. It's not easy. You don't want to criticize too soon, but you definitely want to start to see better from them as the games go on. It's not an unsalvageable game, but one that is definitely going to be very difficult. But look at the way he's using the rails there to rotate. That was nice. Look, I was watching a Fortnite trailer or something. Cinematic settings right now. And it allowed them to get into the zone and heal up for a moment as well.
Just making sure that has all that HP as well. And the thing that, honestly, I get not too much of a sense of worry out of both of them is they could pop off at a moment's notice. They can get a refresh. They can get a siphon around any one of these turns. as Baka and Pars right now might be a little too early, but they have that first semblance of that high ground, and they're going to try to fight for it. They know if they want to hold on to it and hold on to it for a long time, they do need some more mats, especially with the pressure they're feeling from that low ground, getting them to expend even more. They're going to drop down because they want to fight this team that's right next to them. 85 above the damage threshold is not a feeling of comfortability they want to go into the rotating zones with.
Yeah, you see they're hungry for an limb. They're trying to find it. And they might just find them. Really unfortunate for whoever that was there. Couldn't quite see it. Constance. Skittle.
This is just a tough spot. Lost clicks. Epic Whale is solo. 126 below that damage threshold. Spots a duo rotating right next to him. That's Batman Booga and Rapid, who shield themselves, but a quick tag on the back end. Not going to be enough for Epic Whale, but he's going to go ahead and try to use those rails as well. He wants to try to get past everybody, but he just gets wiped out of the lobby.
Look who's sitting above. Pump and Degen. Really high up. You could argue too high up, depending on how the zone pulls. But for now, they'll just rain down from above.
Like this right now, you see the bushes to high on a high, depending on if they have the augment as well. That'll give them some mobility with the mud. He even trades the minis for the medkit. That is a huge, and I agree with that play, especially allows you to stagger in and out of the zone, but Bylaw's down and pinned by himself. He needs that medkit, but it desperately needs some time to go ahead and get it off either way. Causes some destruction through a build, but it's the same rail that caused him some safety is what's going to do him in the end. He goes down, but a great effort to get into the top 16.
The grind rails went from his friend to his enemy real fast. And look, we're going to see more players use them. When in Mega City, why not use the rails?
Free mobility breaks through builds in an instant. Cold is down. Now it's Acorn's chance to try to clutch up. Does have a slurp juice pop with the Maven. He's able to pop another shot. That's also going to give him a speed boost if he can even use it, because right now he's stacked in place, staggering because of the high ground putting the pressure, but from one rail to the next, he's doing so much destruction, dropping duos into each other's boxes, and that's the distraction he needs to stay alive to the front side of zone.
I love how Acorn's played this so far. So calm, so collected. And even in all that chaos, stuck in between layers, stuck in between teams, was able to get to the front. Eventually, his luck runs out as Pars and Baka will catch up to him. And we know how hungry these guys are. 7 elims so far in this game and looking for more, but they might find some trouble. They're trying to claim towards the front, but there's a team already there and they block them out, shut them out. Shaw and Zypher now trying to capitalize on all the chaos happening in the back of the zone as well.
Yeah, perfect picture. You saw the team getting pressured, and you saw Shaw and Zypher not only picking up that elimination, they have 8 total as a team, but they have no mats. All those eliminations only meant so much because they weren't able to pick up the resources, but finally, he gets at least something for his effort. 100 mats. He's doing everything he can to keep himself healthy, unlike Poyo, who's by himself. The only solo left in this lobby, full of duos. He's feeling that pressure, but Cooper gets taken down by Zypher. That's going to allow Poyo to breathe here for a second, try to get one, but unfortunately it's not enough as he gets taken out by Shore.
Poyo almost went ballistic there. And if Shaw's not careful, he might be joining him in the lobby, but he has no intention of doing so. What a shot, what a 180. Shaw still in this game. Not much HP, but he might have some time to get a mini off. And in his final ending situation, I'm not sure what options he really has, but he might have already done enough. 11 elims for their team this game.
Oh, this is a perfect recipe for him as well. The two duos are finding each other, but Batman Booga and Rapid, they don't like it. They go down low. They take out the solo, but Batman Booga gets dropped. Pump trying to go in. He gets that second elimination as well. And Pump and Degen, a new duo, take the game.
The new duos, I said I wanted to see which one of them would show up. And already we have one of these new combinations clicking here in game 1. A very nice win as well for them. We saw them. They were one of the few teams who early on in this endgame took one of the positions high up in Mega City. And they didn't really have anybody contesting them at all for it. And so they could just sit up there and just rain down with all their ammo before dropping down to clean up the win. As easy as it will get for them, I'm sure, today.
Yeah, the moment that zone went over towards Mega City, they got themselves one of them tall skyscrapers, and that also allowed them to save mats, to save resources, and stay above everybody else from zone to zone to zone. You got to give them a huge pop for winning game number 1, but it's only the start of our journey. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Zeke, Taco, and Miniminer to break down the game.
Thank you so much, Jacob PR and 11-2K. My, oh my. Dude, I love Mega City endgames because of this. There's just so much chaos. And remember, you can't break those big buildings. You have to figure out how you're going to navigate around. Wow. The action kicked off here. 9 eliminations coming out from Pump and Degen. You know, Taco, when they're sitting high above the sky without a care in the world, 9 eliminations and the VR. What a way to start.
It seems like they might have been listening to Minnie there on the pre-show because he asked for a height dominant performance, and that's exactly what Pump and Degen were able to deliver. Those zones in particular moving back over the likes of Mega City just made it even easier, I think, for them to continue their builds off to the side, and also excellent use of the grind rails. But the fact that they came from shattered slabs and were able to seamlessly rotate and still be able to commandeer height, despite the fact that we have several different teams dropping specifically at Mega City, and neither of those teams are able to make it to these final moments.
Yeah, it's a great point. And remember, Pump actually rebooted Degen early on in the game. They've managed to pick up a victory royale, not only while being contested off spawn and end up scrapping out at the beginning of the match, having to make a long rotation, but also the fact that one of them was down for a lot of the match and had to be rebooted. Getting all those loot back up, getting all those materials, getting all those guns, and managing to come out on top in the end is a feat to behold, because that is really not easy.
And this is what I kind of touched on a little bit yesterday. Remember, this is major number 3. We're still trying to find spots for duos going to global championships. For this duo, Degen and Pump, they're thinking, we want to go to global championships. We have to act like this is it there now, because we have to make something happen. And to start the day like this is crazy. Let's take a look at the standings, because there's actually a couple things I do want to highlight, like 11 eliminations coming out from Shore and Zypha. That's going to put them in that 2nd place. Listen, double-digit eliminations, pretty hard to do. Double-digit eliminations in a lobby like this, I'm impressed, Taco. I'm impressed.
But keep in mind, our top 3 teams as well. Pump, Degen, they nearly hit that double-digit score. Same thing there for Rise and Renamed User. But I think that it's kind of just a testament to the fact that NA, while it might have started off a little bit more conservative, like Jacob mentioned, for the beginning of this game, we only saw like several teams go down within the first couple of zones in comparison to what we saw from EU, where off rip, we were essentially seeing 7 teams being elim pretty consistently. So NA, I think that a lot of the priority just seemed to be in just trying to avoid some of the congestion, or if you were going to be caught up in it, just make sure that you win your trades.
Yeah, it was a little bit peaceful towards the beginning of the game, but the end game was absolutely nuts. We saw the grind rails being used somehow. Teams were trying to use them to get into the zone, and it was messing some teams up. For Zypha and Shore, though, they'll be happy because they're actually able to pick up so many of those eliminations from those players that are just caught in no man's land. So
good. Okay, we have to talk about this high ground. I want to talk about high ground. What the heck are we supposed to do about this, right? Because for the duo, it looks so free for them up there. How do we stop that from being so free?
Again, a lot of that is just going to come down to their positioning from the start. And as far as Pump and Degen were concerned, keep in mind that while Pump did have to go for that reboot moment on Degen, they also had plenty of damage threshold for that Storm Surge accrued from having had those aggressive instances earlier on. So honestly, kind of just a statement game, really, from Pump. And when you think about the fact that he's coming into this week having had to replace his duo multiple times, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, definitely. We spoke about it earlier, of course. One of our teams that actually lands at Mega City is Batman Booga and KBM Rapid. They managed to capitalize on a decent enough game with some eliminations, because when it's at your drop spot, when the end zone is at your drop spot, we saw it with Clix and Epic Whale. It can be quite a little bit difficult because you can almost feel a little bit claustrophobic with all the teams that are rotating in. You don't know where to loot, you don't know where to go, you don't know how to get Surge, but these guys answered all of those questions, and we saw them fragging out all the way to the end.
Which is weird, too, because, right, it's not just them in Mega City. It's Clix and Epic Whale. And when you look at both duos, Clix and Epic Whale were in a shambles situation for most of that game, which is wild to me, Minnie, because I feel like Mega City is large enough that both duos can operate kind of freely, kind of.
Yeah, and Epic Whale has done that in the past. With Reap, we saw them just W-keying everyone at Mega City, claiming all of that loot. And I thought it sort of looked like that at the beginning with Clix. We sort of saw them go for a little bit more of those high eliminations. We had 2 going into that end game. They just couldn't get enough of those refreshes. They couldn't quite make it happen, which is quite uncharacteristic for them. And they're also below Surge. So for Clix and Epic Whale, they had those problems where if you're at your drop spot, everyone's rotating into you. It can be a little bit more difficult.
And I don't want to get too crazy, right? It's still just game 1. It's fine, right? Game 2, we make note of the things and we update them, right? One last duo to talk about really quickly is Agers and Kanata. My gosh, I want to see more of the duo here. I feel like they didn't get as much screen time, but they ended that game in the top 10 of the leaderboards. So I feel like they're kind of that shark, like lying in wait, Taco. They're like just under the radar enough that they're waiting to strike.
It's something that Agers and Kanata have been doing really well, and I think it's especially continued to evolve since last season even, but their Storm Surge management has been really strong, and I think that that's part of the reason why they're able to start consistently placing so well, because Agers, Kanata, again, this is a duo that's been around for a while, but they're also managing to find those so important eliminations, the important refreshes that they actually need, and it's difficult to play these mid to low ground layers, especially when you're inside of the likes of Mega City, where you know that there can be so many teams essentially using the natural terrain to their advantage.
I remember at the beginning of the chapter, we said this team could win it. It didn't quite happen for them then. Hopefully now, though, this is their season because they're looking good.
Yeah, they're looking good. All right, well, hey, that's it from us, at least from just this one game. We have 5 more ahead of us. We've got 2 incredible casters standing by. So let's send it back over to them for game number 2.
I am so ready for this game number 2. Game number 1 on NA already proven to be exciting, especially with these new duos, investing in one another, investing in this last big opportunity in FNCS Major 3 for those 10 global championship spots.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right, to sort of see the dynamics around the map and how these teams interact with each other, which teams can start to establish themselves as dominant in certain areas, right? That's always going to be a key factor, right? Because you want to condition players heading towards the finals of this season. We have game number 2 ready. Let's jump right in.
With game number 1 over, game number 2 starting, the nerves have better be out of your system. There's no time to falter because that top 50 on the series points after 3 weeks advance to the FNCS Major 3 Grand Finals. And right now we're looking at Slappy Shores. Business as usual. It wasn't, except for maybe the first chapter this season, maybe the second one. We had a double contested south side of Slappy Shores. Since then, I don't think too many teams are daring enough to kind of contest a drop that has so many different hiding spots.
It can be tough, right? It definitely can be tough, but I think these players have an understanding of the sport, and so very much familiar with it and what it takes to fight here. These are the fights that can be rather interesting, right? When you've got 2 teams at one house, sort of dancing around the different rooms. One team on the outside trying to sneak their way on in.
It's already a first knock onto 1. Tries to go back to back, but it's just going to be a trade. Logs the Guru. You see him landing in different spots. He was at a different spot in game number 1, changing things up here for game number 2. Instead of going for the revive, he's actually going for the medkit. Both players are. They think this is battle. He's going to go on for a little bit longer.
That was so close. Suds literally just ran out of the door and was barely missed by any bullets, stopping the revive coming through as well. All he has is this AR. Needs to hit a nice little spray. I don't want to see the movement, the crouching, the strafing. Pays off for Suds. So this building will be theirs.
It's actually Suds and Blitz who changed their drop spot. I had that wrong at the beginning. It was Logs who was landing here in game number 1. And that's a huge change up because they were able to get the trade, which is the most impactful thing of it all. Because if he's able to get past that wall, build it, his teammates able to hold his cover, that's a 2v1 situation. But since he was able to burst through, get the knock, he's able to clean it up for the second one. I like this. On this side of the map towards Shady Stilts, there's like a jungle vault over here. And one of the keys to opening up is because you need a certain rarity of an item to trade away to the vault so it opens up and gives you even more loot. The easiest way to get that, I've seen a lot of teams do, is you see the little water down there, there's a fishing rod, there's some fishing spots, you just get a thermal fish and you bring it right over.
These guys are focused more on fighting right now, though. Trashy and Clarity, again, one of those newer teams you talked about. And I did say I was going to be comparing Trashy and Pump all season long. So far, game one, Pump's got to win. He's winning the battle between him and Trashy. We're creating this rivalry. We are forcing this rivalry to happen. So Trashy's got to respond. You got to fight back, brother. You can't allow Pump to start running up the scoreboard, making it look like you were holding him back. No, you got to set the narrative that you are the guy.
Ooh, they're
And that
too
starts with
separated
winning
right
this
now.
fight.
Way too separated for the Vikings. Clarity almost gets 1v2. You see the shield disappear in the blink of an eye. Trashy's there to try to alleviate some of the pressure. And he has a very, very interesting angle here. But it does look like Islet and Remy are going to try to disengage, or at least as much as they can, but Trashy doesn't want to let the disengage go easy, but maybe he should have, because Zypha, the third-party specialist at this point, from game number 1 to game number 2 here, and it looks like they're trying to get aggressive. They don't want to let that early damage go to waste. They're inching closer and closer as Trashy continues to try to run away.
This is tough.
Ooh.
1 or 2 more bullets would have done it.
They try to go to the other side. They're still waiting for them on the side of the mountain. Might not be a bad spot to pause because of the slurp plants to get your HP and shields back up. Brokane's feeling that pressure. We saw them force the disengage out of Decay and Cosmo in game number 1. Things have turned around here, not allowing them to disengage. Vert holding on to that high ground. But he gets surprised, doesn't watch all angles. A huge opportunity for Cosmo to turn it around. Now he has the health lead on to Rokane, and it looks like he has the confidence. Confidence knowing that he has the build. He's able to at least get 1. He's not going to be able to save Decay, but at least that's a blessing in disguise because now he has more mats and resources to work with if he wants to go down for him. But I think instead of down, he only wants to go up, and rightfully so. No, it's Rokane! Rokane takes him out, but another team is here. The action is just non-stop, and now neither team comes out victorious. From 4, 5, 6 teams. I don't know what it is about this spot. I don't know if people have metal in their head and it's a magnet pulling them here because Vanillas and Convict have now shown up. We saw them go down in the feed early on in game number 1. They're trying to make up for that lost opportunity. Penta on the other side doesn't have a teammate. Forced to play defensive, even run away. So that's an elimination and resources going on over Convict. Here's him at the last second. That would have been drastic if he was able to get the 1 shot on the Convict.
What in the Royal Rumble have I just watched? Team after team flying in. I can't even get a moment to breathe. The fight continues as well.
This is just hilarious. Penta's just trying to run at this point. When you think it's a clean third party, then the fourth party comes in. It's almost everything you didn't suspect. One's going high, one's going low. This is an elimination you don't want to let escape, especially with the other one about to get cleaned up in mere seconds. Now Penta versus Vanillas, that's going to be a start on the other one. Convict gets the other angle, but a huge amount of damage coming out from Penta while he's almost nearly unscathed. He deserves it if he's able to come out. Nice shot by Vanillas. Once again, just the angles. The angles is what's the pain point right now for Penta. And now you have Cooper and Miro. They hear the action going from along the way. Every 2 minutes, a new duo enters the fight.
Am I missing something? Why are we all fighting there? Did I not get the memo? What's going on?
Now Cooper gets tagged up and back. Penta deserves some sort of award in this game. Best defensive player as a solo. Fighting 5 different teams to try to stay alive. And this is good for Miro and Cooper as well. They don't have to sit there and continue to fight towards the low ground. They just need to get some elevation, and now they have mobility to the launch pad that's there. They can spot out Penta when he's rotating, and then they can go ahead and get their storm surge.
This is really nice. Pausing back in the midst of another fight here in the storm. We saw a bit of that last game. And let's all see a bit more of it here. The problem is, they are on the good side of the fight right now, at least in terms of their health. Back is healing up a bit.
bandages. That's all Baka has to his name right now in terms of HP heals. But anything is better than nothing, especially when you're in that situation this far in zone. A fight in game 1 that Pars and Baka were able to clean up rather quickly so they didn't have to worry about their rotation. Has just took a whole 180. Now they not only have to worry about rotating the zone, but how am I going to get the heals? How am I going to get the resource? Where are the materials I'm going to get from? While maintaining position in this matchup. Bugha in threat, 16 points. 14 of those coming after game number 1. And already starting off with an elimination on the back of Bugha.
Don't mind if I do. Look at the different elevations of this one, right? From the bottom all the way to the top, Rachel will go up to Reet here.
Towards the creaky compound. There's good materials that you can re-farm up in terms of brick if you do need it. You don't want to get stuck there for too long. Poyo and Sphinx, they already have their global championship spot secured. The top placing in the last FNCS major for them. It's just about rebuilding that chemistry. We talked about Acorn and Cold potentially spinning up. Well, Acorn was going to play with Poyo here. Unfortunately, things didn't work out. They went back together. So Poyo and Sphinx, I wouldn't say starting from square one, but they definitely have to make up for that lost time. See Bucky in the background, Wavy Jacob. A lot of our big names on the NA region.
It's interesting, right? Because yesterday over on EU, for anyone who cares, a lot of the big names didn't quite show up in the way you'd expect them to. So hopefully NA isn't like that, right? You always want to see your favorite players doing well.
I think with the servers combining in the central, the changes, Reed's now in a fight, tagged up from the third party, multiple teams in the distance, watching over this fight. No matter who wins, they want to figure out how they're going to take advantage of the opportunity and how it's going to help their team. We saw Remy and Islet disengage early on, not too far from here. But it already looks like they didn't get far before they get stopped in their tracks yet again. Islet needs to be able to kind of get some HP here, but it does look like he's going to be the first to rotate out. But there goes that third party I was talking about. It's Miro and Cooper off the side of the cliff, putting some shots down for Storm Surge.
This is tough. They want to start going towards zone in an ideal world, but trying to move from this spot is really, really difficult when you got a team sitting way up above with so much line of sight of your path. And so anytime they peek out here, they'll get shot.
Game number 1 winners. Not in the best position here, but they have some slurp juices, so it's not going to be too much of a worry. They just need a couple seconds to stabilize themselves here. On the other side, it does look like it's Rihan and Desi, players that we already saw early on in the game, fighting for their own Storm Surge. Nobody wants to fall below that threshold early on in the game and have to play catch up from there on out. Pump and Degen playing defensive towards the low ground, making sure that they don't put themselves in a position that they can't easily get out of, as Pump's going to be the first one to try to lead the charge. Draw some focus his way that will allow Degen to quickly catch up.
Yeah, I'm trying to take bloom battles against Pump at mid-range. Never know what that aim assist is going to do.
And you kind of heard him talk about the caches and everything, so much going on here in this game. I'm going to throw it over to Vivid to fill us in on what some of the teams are doing.
And NA has been pretty slow so far, and one of the teams that last game and hopefully this game will be able to get enough Storm Surge even without the eliminations. It's going to be Kanata and Agers. Now, Kanata loves this hill just outside of Mega City. He was here last season. He's going to be here this season again, very early on in the game, and it worked so well because they went into the end game last game with 0 eliminations, but they were like 700 above in the end game. So the Storm Surge strategy is still there, and so is the experience for this duo.
Thank you so much, Vivid. It's almost like that deja vu ever since Kanata and Ages were able to claim that spot. You see a lot of teams, no matter what the region is, they farm up the mats. There's a lot of metal over there. They build that tower somewhere close nearby, and they use that as a surge base because they're in the center of the map. So many teams are going to have to rotate all around them to figure out where they're going to position themselves. And already we got the first sighting of a team on Rift Island. It's Okus and Bucky going to be the first ones daring enough here in game number 2. Solidify 15 extra points for their game, and just judging by the fact they already have 2 from game number 1, this is a good amount of points, a good momentum shift for them to try to build that confidence here.
Yeah, claiming the Rift Island can be a huge difference maker in trying to accumulate your position in that standings. Of course, 15 points is a fair amount to be added if you are in pursuit of first place and looking for a way to tip the odds in your favor.
It's not 15, it's like 17 points, but 17 points is the difference between first place and fourth place right now. Now imagine if they don't have that leaderboard, it would be so close. And I'm only thinking they got 15. They actually got 18 mid-map objective points in that first game because they also opened up the vault. So good for them. Try to stack on as many opportunities as possible, but Kanata's down. Agers trying to make something of this game as a solo here. Plenty of heals to work with, but the first of many is going to be that Slurp Juice used to try to get HP and shields as he's stuck in the back of zone. He's trying to spot some other teams because he's also very, very low when it comes to damage. From Storm Surge, you can see it's only 21 above. That's not a feeling of comfortability for anybody in the lobby.
Yeah, this is a real tough spot, right? You don't expect to see mid-map teams in situations like this at all. So something's clearly gone very, very wrong for them. We'll see if it is a major kink in their game or whether or not it's just a little bit of a hiccup.
Now this is a comfortable position for 2 heavy hitters here in this lobby. 600 above the damage threshold, 21 points. That's Clicks with the elimination. TK, Jackson on the other side. It's going to be a monumentous battle for either one of these 2 teams. A good amount of surge. Even though one team doesn't necessarily need it, can't not say the same for both. As Jackson and TK looking like they're just wanting to get aggressive. They're trying to take control of the pieces here in this fight. And yes, I thought it was going to be true. Only 19 above the damage threshold. Even though they're above, they don't want to be focusing on Storm Surge as they have to rotate as this game progresses.
High hopes for this duo. Want to see them qualify for the global championships. It wouldn't be a globals without Clicks, right? And of course, Epic Well, such a revered and respected player within the community. Both names that you want to see in Copenhagen at the end of this year.
And the thing I haven't really talked about a lot is, even though it's only the top 10 teams that qualify from this major to the global championship, you got to take into account there's already teams, Acorn and Cold. There's so many opportunities that are going to be up for grabs. So we say top 10, but those spots will trickle down to the next player if one of those duos makes it to the finals and performs to a certain standard. So got to make sure you're at the top of the game through and through, not only for these 3 weeks, but if you manage to make it to that finals. There's so much opportunity up for grabs this season. See Nasen and Day, we talked about them before the show. Day's trying to have a resurgence this season, and with eliminations like that, taking down the game #1 Victor, that's how you start it.
Yeah, I want to see these guys not just pop off and get fancier limbs. We know they can do that, right? That's what we associate them with. I want to see them establish themselves more in the tactical side of the game, with how they handle difficult surge situations, some of their endgame rotations, tightening up things there. If they can start to make improvements in those areas of the game, there's no doubt that a resurgence is possible.
See in the feed that Ritual taking down Macwood. You know, Macwood and Blake land towards Lonely Lab, so a zone like this is not going to be the most friendly. Ashore and Zypha, I hope to continue to see more of them throughout the day. Game number 1, they put on a show, double-digit eliminations, getting deep into the late game. This time, they already have 300 above that damage threshold. Very, very little worries other than trying to make it to the zone. And since they're so far back, they can't see where teams are positioned and try to go around. But talked about Macwood going down. Is Blake going to be able to survive here? He gets a nice elimination when he needs it, but he's still down on Surge. So we're going to have to follow the story of, well, never mind. Never mind. Story's ended.
Oh, no. Oh, no, I feel
I
bad.
don't think that counts.
It's just the way you were like, yeah, we got to follow the story. Oh, no. That's
What had happened was...
It's fine. Blake will be back and better than ever next game.
Man, this zone just keeps going south for the winner, let me tell you. Everybody's going to have to be like birds and get to flying. Especially these guys here are stuck. They almost have the most distance to cover here on the map to get to that safety. Clarity's taking down Noisy in the feed. Reed spots out a duo, trying to rotate. Lands a couple of crucial shots. But he still has to rotate, and there's so many other teams there. Smite's going to be one of them. He takes a massive shot from both Reet and Ritual to go down, but the third party comes in from the distance. Shields from Reet disappearing as we speak. But Crisp in a 1v2 situation. Ritual goes up, regrets that decision as he quickly gets shut right back down. But Reet said, hold my controller. Let me finish this.
That was really nicely executed from them. Even with pressure from behind, they will still manage to get the job done. The problem is that they go from that, not even a moment to breathe and bask in their glory. They just got to get to the zone, and a long ways to go to get to the zone as well.
I'm just hoping none of those teams really up in front of them are hurting when it comes to Surge, because that's going to be the one thing that they don't want to run into. The player is going to be down. Desi's there. Rehan's the one that's towards the low ground. Reed spots this one out, tries to get the piece control, immediately hits a massive shot, but it does go on over to Notch, who takes that one away, while Acorn's even getting busy in the elimination feed. Reed picking up some good resources, better than he was just a couple of seconds ago, but he's just taking so much HP damage. It's going to be hard for him to try to survive this as he finally gets tagged down by Acorn.
Yeah, that max distance was always going to be tough, and even though at moments it made it look like there was going to be some hope, I think there's no surprise in how this one has gone for them. Reed going down, Ritual not even able to make it to the zone line, gets taken out as well. So punishing when you don't have movement and you got to make a rotation like that, especially if you are just white lining your way on in.
Really, they got polar opposites too when it comes to the next zone. Last one was a far pull with a good majority of the lobby having to rotate. This one, a good portion of the lobby doesn't have to go far, which is going to create some mismatches, some timings, and some opportunities for some players to try to either pop some shots, get elimination, or just bypass it all and try to stay to the front side of zone. Saw Rise get tagged up to about 50 HP left over. Frenzy Kings here doing what they can. Very, very low on a lot of their resources. Men missed one slap smash onto the 2 a.m. Frenzy. Now Cold's by himself. Acorn goes down, but he's still trying to save the day.
Yeah, and the revive looks like it'll be possible as well. The timing's there. Of course, there's a slurp juice that Cold can drop depending on if Acorn needs it or not. He might have some of his own. He will drop his. And then we'll run into zone.
That's actually a very generous play from Cold. Give the slurp juice over to Acorn. He goes down yet again, just caught at the tail end. That's Hound who's going to try to take him out. Acorn once again just trying to get him into the box, save his life. One more. Can Cold do it again? And with 7 seconds left before the zone begins to move, it is going to happen.
I wonder if Acorn had popped the slurp. I think he had. If I was Cold, if I was Cold, I'd be fuming. I could have used the slurp myself.
It's not going to be the most optimal use as Ocus and Bucky, we saw them at the top of Rift Island at one point or another, and now they get the high ground actually overtaken in mere seconds. That's Duke and Edgy who are going to be the first challengers of that high ground, but they have to be careful because that threat is looming underneath them. At any second, it could pop off into the top 17. Placement points are beginning to ramp up as well, and they are the team that has convincingly grabbed height and connected on the way towards the front side of zone.
Big solo clutch needed here from Cold, and a tough one to make, right? You see him just sort of scavenging his way around these builds, trying to make sure he doesn't run into anyone. There's someone very close by on the other side of this wall. He spots them looking at the toes. Is he gonna take a shot? No. Now just waiting and using this bandage. This might be a good time for him to try and strike and just clean something up. He opts to go the other way. He doesn't want to fight, but there's a player right on the other side of this wall. I don't know if he knows it. There's a player right beneath him as well. Cold, surrounded from all angles.
That wasn't even the original player. That was Booga out of nowhere with an elbow from the top rope. Now Clix is by himself. Epicbro went down maybe about 60 seconds ago. And we have one of the best solo clutch players right now in Clix trying to do what he does best. Looks to the backside of zone, didn't find anything that he wanted. So now he just immediately beelines it towards the front, feels some pressure. Now he's firing back. He doesn't want to look like an individual. He doesn't want to look weak. As Booga and Threats now get parallel to one another in the same box, but he actually takes down Batman Booga for a moment. Continue goes towards the front side of the zone. Curly pick it up too as well. Down goes Scope, down goes Magnolia.
That was crazy. We're seeing so many of these different solo players really trying to make their mark on the lobby. This duo though, Wavy Jacob Notch, they're gonna try their best to wipe all those guys out. Clix is gonna be the first target. And there's even more potential for other players to do the same. Poyo and Sphinx very much still in this game, but if they're gonna stay on this low ground there, they're gonna have to take a fight, and soon, and that fight is right here, but they'll be ready for it. Sphinx and Poyo hitting shot after shot before having to take a shot of their own, and Sphinx now left as a solo in this game.
If anybody can do it though, it could be him as a solo. He's healing, using everything towards the backside of zone. You see high ground is just putting so much pressure. That Duke, that's Edgy, and Sphinx out of nowhere takes down Wavy Jacob and Notch. Not only gets placement points, but gets elimination credit as well. You called him the last solo, but I think he is definitely going to put a hurting on these duos as they're looking for him. Boog only has a few seconds, gets tagged up from the high ground. He gets taken down. Threats by himself up against Duke and Edgy on the high ground. 1v2. Heal off is going to begin. Threats only has a med miss, so he has to think outside of the box on how he's trying to get back to the action and get this elimination. Otherwise, Duke and Edgy will win this game. And you can see Threats going out, going wide, going around. Edgy spots him out. Duke is going to land some fire as well and then take him down and take the game. Our reigning FNCS champions rise.
What a game it was for them as well. In the final moments, they didn't necessarily have a big helo potential, but they weren't worried about it. The zone was still so big. And so they were able to just hold on and just spray everybody that had to run into the storm. Duke and Edgy really doing well here. And again, like you said, showing off. Right, we ain't been talking about them as much, but they are the reigning champions. And so we got to put respect in their name. That was a nice limb onto Booga. Didn't see it coming. Sprayed and taken out. That flapjack rifle is so strong. And the final connections here, just to wrap things up. Nicely done, easy as you do. Game number 2 goes to the reigning champs.
Yeah, and the way they did it, they stole away that high ground with very little contestation from that team that was trying to hold it. From 9th zone on, they were able to just put pressure on the lobby, force duos down into each other's layers, and then just clean it up at the end. That is how you strike in game number 2 for Duke and Edgy.
Look, big game for those two, but an even bigger game. We saw so many different players attempting solo clutches. How will that impact the standings? We're going to send it back to Zeke to break it all down.
Thank y'all so much. Yes, indeed. Solo play, that's what we saw out of game number 2. We saw some of this in EU yesterday, but today in this game, the solo plays are coming out in droves. But Duke and Edgy, reigning champions, they won Major 2. They've already got their spots to globals, but they're coming back. They're saying, hey, listen, if we make it to grand finals, we're going to try and slow everybody else down. We're going to try and make sure that if you want to spot at globals, you're going to have to fight through us. And you know, with 8 eliminations after that game right there, Taco, I mean, they're looking in good form right now.
Yeah, this is definitely an impressive finish from Duke and Edgy, but the primary note that I want to take away from this duo is that they took full advantage of where this zone actually ended up pooling towards that south side of the map, south side of Frenzy Fields, and you have to keep in mind, guess where Duke and Edgy are actually landing? It's Whispering Waters, which is also just south of that Frenzy Fields area, so it's honestly, the fact that they're uncontested and yet they're still managing to stay on top of their storm stretch threshold, as well as establish a great height positioning really early on. They did such a good job at essentially choking the lobby to where they wanted them exactly.
Yeah, we saw Duke and Eddie pick up a huge refresh right there before that first moving zone, that 9th zone. We actually saw them on ultimate low ground. They took the high ground perfectly off Okis and Bucky, who were just left looking at other players around the map, and they saw that as an opportunity. They saw, you know what, let's just ramp over them. Let's try and take advantage of that position, and they did so really, really well. I think they were watching the beginning of our show because we talked about how to play high, and they literally just copied exactly what we said. 3 layers above, spray down, make sure everyone fights down below, and close out the game. Easy.
And, I mean, repeating some of the strategy we saw in EU yesterday, right? One player using that flapjack, raining down fire from above, breacher in second hand. Man, oh man. Now, really quickly, I want to look at the standings. So remember, game 1 is that warm-up game. Now, game 2, we're starting to hit the ground running. Now, key factor here, Pollo and Sphinx. Take a look. They are currently in that first place spot. The placement points, the eliminations, and again, Taco, this is off the back of Pollo being put in that solo situation.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in as well for Pollo and Sphinx, but regardless of what their situation was like even leading into this season, Pollo and Sphinx seemed as though they were working really well alongside each other, fighting really well from box to box alongside each other, and that could be really difficult to manage, especially with how chaotic we've seen some of these low ground situations develop.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this show. This is one of our West teams that obviously came back to all the other regions, of course, in terms of East, to now play on Central. So this is where this team might just, you know, have a few questions going into this server merge. But I like the way they're playing. I like the way that they're fighting hip to hip. I think that was 9 eliminations from them in that game as well. And of course, Sphinx to try and close out those final few moments as a solo. Really great job from him. It just shows that, I know Booga picked up Pollo earlier on, but let's show some love to Sphinx as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, your winners from that game, moving up 43 places to find themselves in the top 10. I'm telling you, it takes one good game of Fortnite, and then suddenly you're in that top 10 fighting for those top 3. But another duo, as you kind of touched on there, Mini, Booga and Threats, making it here to that end game and finally starting to kind of come alive in these situations. Unfortunately, Booga did get picked off, right? Because they, on the high ground, they said, no, Booga, you're trying to operate? I don't think so. Slow down, friend.
Well, that's just the tendency that's going to take place. And it's a tough situation as well for Threats because obviously he's aware of the fact he doesn't have really any sort of advantage as a solo once you are actually in that 1 versus 2 situation. But leading up to it, you can see Booga here with 4 eliminations. So despite the fact that they weren't able to actually look for a proper challenge into that secondary height or even high ground layers, I think that they did an excellent job at just making sure to play through the low ground well enough to at least establish themselves a second place finish.
Yeah, they did, and this was another zone that pulled quite close to them. We saw them in the last game not quite have the best game when the zone was in Mega City. Now it's towards that Fatal Fields area. A nice short rotation for them, and it looked as though they learned from that last game about how to manage their Storm Surge, because this game they managed to make it so late on, and Threats did a great job as well there at the end to try and close out those extra few placement points and net themselves in second place.
Okay, so I like this. So now that we have 2 games, Taco, Mini, what are we seeing kind of shake out here from NA as opposed to like what we saw in EU? How are the strategies maybe a little different? Or is there anything that's jumping out of you guys that's maybe like, I don't know about that, or hey, I do like that?
Well, considering that we've been in a no mobility meta, and granted, this is always bound to change with the way that things are consistently changing throughout competitive play, but in EU, we saw a lot of times teams and duos in particular just trying to establish that front side of zone positioning when it came to the high ground. I mean, again, we touched on the top of show, Pink and Vico, and I think right there with Dukes and Edgy, when they took advantage of the high ground, they made sure to do so by getting to the front of zone first because, again, teams can't late rotate rotate like they have been able to in previous seasons because those mobility options aren't the same.
Yeah, we're seeing things a little bit more passive here in NA, a little bit more controlled, you could say, throughout the mid-game. And of course, that means Storm Surge is a little bit more difficult for some of these teams. So I think that's what I've noticed so far is there's so many teams that are way back in the zone that are struggling on Surge, trying to find their tags, and it hasn't quite worked out. So I'm expecting a lot of strategy change from these teams that are a little bit further back, because that is not where you want to be. You don't want to be all the way back in zone. It's not an ideal position, but I'm sure these teams will.
Now, and remember, Siphon's back on, right? And EU yesterday said, we want to be aggressive. We want to take the fight to every other duel we can. NA slow on that intake, so what's happening? Is that maybe players are still trying to figure out their Siphon strategy, or like what's happening that it just doesn't feel like, you know, why is NA so slow right now? What's going on?
Well, again, even with some of the teams, we're talking about trying to make these rotations, and the problem is that it really just depends on where these zones are pulling. They're kind of at the mercy of the zones, essentially, and where they're starting at initially, and whether or not they're actually able to establish that Storm Surge damage early on so they can focus on just the rotational aspect.
Yeah, it's just less mid-game fights, more trying to play it out, running out of materials, running out of resources, so maybe we'll see a shift today, who knows?
Listen, NA, I want to see more action, okay? I want to see more fights. Let's do that. That's what we're here for, right? But that's enough from us, at least for right now, because we have more games on deck. This is game number 3 of the FNCS, and your casters are standing by.
Like he just said, this is the last game before the halfway point in the competition. This is going to really kind of dictate a little bit if you got to pick up the pace or if you're behind the curve. So a lot of these teams, this is going to be their notice.
Yeah, I think after you've played 2 games, you sort of have an understanding of what kind of day it is going to be for you a lot of the time. And it's up to you as a player to almost change your fate, change your fortune. And here in game 3, it is that time. Let's jump right in.
Might be too soon to change up drastically if it's your drop spot, your loot path, your overall play style. But this is going to be the game that is really tell all for some of our teams and how they have to continue to perform. From Pump and DGen winning the game, almost looks like it's seemingly uncontested towards Shattered Slabs. Since they were able to win that game, they were getting contested by Zello and Liftical, who are no longer there, except in users. They've been at this frenzy almost all day long, and they get that first MK Alpha. They're trying to put down the shots. That is 88 damage, and the first knock as 2 AM Frenzy King goes down. He spots his teammate into the distance, continues to put out the fire, but realizes users in a 1v2, and he gets dropped, so it's just a trade for trade right out of the gates between some teams, but it's Accept who stands tall and saves his teammate before getting eliminated altogether.
Frenzy Kings or Frenzy Jesters just not looking good right now. Going down on spawn, never a good look, but with so many good teams fighting here, there's always a chance that you could get caught out.
Look at Magnolia. He's been landing here all game long. Times even disengaging, but Scope is just ripping through the builds with the Flapjack. Flapjack actually has extra damage to structures.
That was almost really bad as well, because Accept actually has just no builds left. If he had kept spraying that wall, there would have been nothing to hold on to. See him dropping down now, looking to farm anything he can that might help come time to protect himself. But they're trying to move up towards him. Magnolia, you can see, heard him up here. And they can see the shots coming through. He's going to try to sneak a shot in. And he doesn't quite get the angle. And that might cost him. Tries to jump up again. It doesn't work. Accept doing a brilliant job, and they take him out. Scope to Magnolia. They look primed to be able to win that. But uses an Accept. Clutch shot.
That was big. 2 different teams Accept clutched of 4 eliminations. 4 eliminations straight off of respawn. A little bit of RNG to get that legendary Flapjack, but putting it to use right out of the gates. An impressive showing out of the Frenzy Fields team.
Flapjack strong. Flapjack. Supremacy over here at Kinjutsu Crossing. We got another little fight going on, and Bala and Mpen over here on the Kinjutsu flag.
It just seemed like last game they were uncontested. The game before that, it was a different team here. So already A little bit of musical chairs going on for drop spots. When the music stops, that's where you shall go. And NPen and Byla are ready for a little bit of a surprise. Even with the drum, he has the combat, using all of his resources to try to get in the box, but gets denied one too many times. Quickly backs up to get in the same box with NPen, ready to play together if needed, because they know their opponents have the high ground. And it looks like they're just knocking on the door, trying to take control of the pieces to funnel Byla and NPen exactly where they want them.
See Booga's name in the distance there. It'll be interesting to see whether or not he wants anything to do with how this plays out. In the meantime, though, Mario and Sovzi gonna continue to just sort of try their best to control how this fight's going. NPen and Byla are very cool and composed players, and so they'll be alert, waiting for the opportunity to strike.
You can just see in the I'm just watching the mini-map while this Booga's just like, oh, don't mind me, I'll take this. All right, I'll take one of those. Give me one of these. And by the time this fight's over, they go over there to loot. There's going to be nothing left. And then what do we got going on over here? They got trying to build a little island for themselves out in the water. Baka and Pars were already able to eliminate one player out of this duo. And Mars OW said, if you want it, you got to come get it.
I don't even know what to call this.
It's the new meta.
Oh my god, this is not okay. We should not be watching a fight here.
There's no map on the map.
Yeah, like
that's how deep. There's no map on the map. They're gonna have to build their own. Pars take a high ground. Depending on if they know exactly where he's at. Slap Splash is being used. The Unlimited Stamina. Huge tool in some of these teams' success, especially if they're trying to get away. And there goes Mars, finally taken down. But depending on where this zone was, this could be a nightmare for Pars and Baka for the rest of the game. Uh-oh. This fight took too long. Enough with the loot. Booga and Threats are now coming in for the actual elimination. One's gonna get cleaned up. There goes that first team down, but Byla and NPen now are getting taken down because of Threats and Booga. Right timing, and there goes the full elimination onto NPen. He gets cleaned up, Byla soon to follow, and this is exactly what happens when you're on this southeast side of the map. There are so many great teams here. If they go ahead and hear a battle that's going down too long, they're gonna third party, and they saw an opportunity not only just a third party, but just to clean it up altogether.
Yeah, that's just tough. Like you said, it just took way too long for Byla and NPen to really get anything done there. And so Booga and Threats, after looting up every single area around, had enough loot to just waltz on in and take the fights.
Uh-oh.
This is not good for Pump and Degen.
I thought they were uncontested for the most part, but they might have thought the same thing.
Game 3, things change.
A lot of these teams realizing if I want to take my own fate into my hands, I have to start making some proactive moves. And Degen and Pump eliminated altogether out of Shattered Slabs. It's just one of those things where you start off the tournament hot, you get a victory royale, you think things are going your way, but honestly, at the same time, I don't think any champions, I don't think anybody at the top of anybody's historical list would get there without adversity. Well, we can try that again in a few moments, Boyo. Just go ahead and heal up. You have the extra heals. Three of the current top 5 teams are new duos for this season, showing that a breath of fresh air, sometimes it's all that's needed. Lady Jacob toward Rumble Ruins. Him and Notch. 2 aggressive players coming from that NA West region. Lady Jacob bouncing around duos, not really finding that one just yet. The last time I've really seen him rise to the occasion, he was playing with Vanillas, who's also in this lobby. So I think with a lot of new teams forming, finding some success early on in the first 2 games, this is one of those teams that's finding that same thing. 86 points. Sometimes that breath of fresh air means all the difference in the world. But without too many fights going down, they're just going to go ahead and loot up. They got a center zone on the map, so they don't got far to rotate either. Shore and Zypha from game 1 into game 2 as well. They kept up consistent aggression. Third-partying teams bulldozing their way through the lobby. And even though they don't have an elimination yet, it's just a blessing. We get to see how it starts out for a team like this.
Zello and User find themselves here in a fight just at Sappy Shores. And one that Zello clearly wants to end and wrap up as quickly as possible. See just how aggressive he's being. He's trying to take control, take all the walls. Ooh, nicely blocks that shot, but can't return with a nice shot. But it's all good. User's there to save the day.
Just unfortunate. Miro was taken down early on. And there's even a cache there for the reward not too far back. But we literally just saw this team in the jungle. They're rotating quick to get to where they need to be. See Shore just peeking through the cone, trying to use his teammate Zypha as a distraction. He does not know he is there, so this could be a good opportunity to catch somebody off guard. But he immediately goes down low, box to box with his teammate. And that's the thing, for Shore and Zypha, you might want to be towards the low ground to fight this fight. You have your opponent split up. This could be an opportunity to take a 1v2 before they know it. Jeremy gets hurt, knocking out the door on the other side, but a third party comes in. More the merrier, is what I always say.
It's good for us, not good for them. They'd rather these guys stay far and clear from this fight. But we know how players can often be in difficult surge situations, and so always going to entice people to take a look when there's some action if they can get some free shots off. Maybe even clean up a fight.
You can kind of already see what they were fighting for. That weapons cache. Shore was at least able to get a good upgrade out of that one. Even if he does look like he wants to try to disengage out of this. Because realistically, he got what he came for. He got some damage with the surge, he got some loot, and now he's just trying to get deeper into zone. Got about a minute left before it fully closes. Reveals the next one. And it might continue to center up towards the left side of the map, would be my guess if I had to have one myself. But great job overall by Shore and Zypha to just disengage. Not bite off more than they can chew in any situation. But with all this action finally slowing down, we got Vivid to let us know what so many teams are up to.
Yeah, Mega City has been hot. Of course, we have Clix and Epic Whale landing over there, Batman Booga, but the edge is actually going to go over towards Stacky and Redux as they are going to be the ones getting the priority over that key card. Now, of course, that does give them access to the vault, the mythic Flapjack rifle, those slurpers, and of course, our mid-match objective now from those vaults, plus 3 points.
We obviously know how valuable or extra valuable these objectives was gotten, so no surprises there.
So we got a little bit north of Frenzy Field, south of Brutal Bastion. Trying to think who might have got the best pull in here. Maybe Wavy Jacob over towards Rumble Ruins. There's a possible end game for this side of the map. A lot of teams going to have to prepare for the worst. G-Money and Bully, they got some early game surge. I definitely did see it. Whether they got the full wipe on Duke and Edgy, don't know for sure, but they at least were able to get some surge for their efforts. Acorn and Colt, similar rotation that we did see them perform through that last game, and it does look like they're ready to fight for that Rift Island. Acorn's going to be the first player up. Colt's going to be soon to follow. There's already a team up there trying to solidify it as their own, and back-to-back games, it does look like it's going to be Bucky and Okus.
Yeah, everybody wants a piece of this pie. Acorn and Cold lurking underneath and not going to take no for an answer. They'll try to claim it for themselves. You can see them building towards it and now want to break their way on in.
Huge opportunity here for either one of these teams. If you're Bucky and Okus, you're able to take down Cold and Acorn. That makes the lobby that much easier, but the fight itself isn't going to be so. Great aggression coming out from Bucky and Okus to back down the FNCS Major 1 champions. You hear the rifts going down. Another team looking like they want to join this party. They take the building on top of Rift Island. I think that's Desi and Rihan, if I did see correctly. We'll find out here in a short moment. But Bucky and Okas, they don't want to give up contesting this flag. That's 15 points. That's loot that would go over to one of the most dangerous teams in the lobby. And that's exactly why. A quick peek from Acorn, tearing away 65 shields from Bucky, getting to waste a lot more of those heals.
Acorn starting to put his weight here. That's what you want to see from him. With another team joining the party, they're going to have to be extra sharp, extra alert as they take this fight here. Can easily be snuck up on from different angles.
We've seen this fight get prolonged on the EU region. It just makes it that much harder for a lot of these teams to find a footing. Rihan just holding his position at the top of the building. One layer up, Bucky and Oak is holding their spot. Once again, Oak is taking damage this time around. Wild Wasp flies going down as well, just trying to back them up. A lot of the time you see those being used just to funnel your opponent into one direction or another, in which you could try to make a play from, but unable to capitalize. See Desi and Rihan on the other side. This could be an opportunity for Acorn and Cold to get taken down, but they actually go far underneath. They're just continuously looting while this team is just fighting each other and wasting so many time and so much resources.
Yeah, you don't want to be that first dominant of 4, right? So they'll sit back a bit more patiently and wait for the right time to strike, of course. This vault going to be open now.
There's another player nearby. Looks like a solo. Don't know if he's on top of Rift Island or underneath, just trying to bypass everybody else, but sooner or later he's going to have to rotate away from Rift Island along with the zone. Crucial battle does continue. It could boost either one of these teams up the leaderboard if they're able to capture that 15 points alone. Then depending on how they play the rest of the game out, could have potential for first place.
The bird's eye POV of just what we have going on. You can see the sort of sandwich we have going. And so Acorn and Cold going to try get themselves out of this one. And that starts with some shotgun shots to the faces of Okas and Bucky.
The point itself is almost captured as well, so if either one of these teams do a hokey pokey and take their foot out of the hill, that capture point will go on over. But once again, it looks like Desi and Rihan return.
And the problem there for Acorn and Cold is that trying to box fight a duo out of one box like this is so tough to really create or find any space. It's why often you'll see players box up and create as much space as possible, gives them more angles to work with. Now you're seeing the effects of them as well, being so congested in that little box. Chucking some wasp on them, gonna make him a bit more uncomfortable, give them even less room and space to work with.
Somebody else just, I just heard the gliders. Somebody else just joined the fight. They said, hey, you guys are having fun up here. What about me? I want 15 points. I want some good loot. And now a lot of these teams, as it continues, are going to have to make a decision. Is it worth it overall? You see the zone pulling away. It's not too far of a journey from anybody on top of Rift Island, especially if they want to use that launch pad. And you even see Acorn and Cold choosing to, looking like they want to disengage just a little bit. Bucky and Oak is not backing up either. This has to be probably one of the longest fights we will see in the game today.
Yeah, I'm sure they're fuming as well, man. A couple other games, Rift Island wasn't this heavily contested. This game, everybody wants to get involved in it. At the worst possible time for them.
But somebody was getting damaged by Surge. Bucky and Okas are finally going to get the capture point. 15 more points added to their total due to that mid-match objective. And now all that loot might be a smart decision by Acorn and Cold. I thought I heard for a moment, it's huge, I thought that somebody was taking damage to Storm Surge for a second there. And if that was true and Acorn and Cold are down on Storm Surge, I think it's a brilliant play for them to just disengage, look for shots around off of Rift Island, and then you can go back and scavenge together the rest of the loot.
Hopefully they should be fine though. They did do a fair amount of damage. I think they will be up on Surge. But either way, even if they were down, it's Acorn and Cold. You expect Cold to deal some big damage, right? You know what kind of firepower he holds.
Uh-oh. This is the team that's down on Surge. A little late to get in. Everybody's already boxed up. Slurp juice is going to be used. I get the idea around it. You don't want to expend all your minis, all your big pots when you can just let the slurp juice do its thing. But they're not finding any opportunities except for one shot. Landed onto Macwood and Blake, but it's actually Epic well in the feed who goes down to the storm. So Click's possibly left by himself. Noxie and D-Roller trying to put some shots on to the last FNCS West champions. Instead of just shots, they're ready to go in, knocking at the door, but they answer, and they answer big. Bolt and Thoric just shut down Noxie and get rewarded for their great defensive efforts, but from one player to the next, D-Roller gets shut down as well.
Really brutal, we're seeing it. The fights that are just being forced here, and the fights that are sadly not going in the favor of what these guys are watching. Cold, left as a solo. Really good materials. And the loadout, it will be formidable. Unfortunately, no duo partner to help him for the next 5 zones.
If anybody can do it, it is going to be Cold. See Shore getting busy in the elimination feed. Something we've seen him do for almost 3 straight games. It's something Cole's going to have to do here as a solo. A couple shots going to be landed. Barely above that damage threshold, but you know his work is not cut out for them. Talked about the aggression of Shore and Zypha. Get a little bit of replay and quickly beams that player through the box. Uses the WAP to make sure they cannot get an easy revive. That was a 200 IQ play coming out from Shore and Zypha as they immediately go into the box and finish what they started.
In, or out as quickly as they were in, right?
Definitely so. You can see Snacky going down in the feed. Haven't seen too much of Snacky this season. Excited to see more as the weeks do continue. It's 39 above. Acorn is barely doing enough to where he doesn't have to worry about Surge. 26 teams still left alive, so placement points haven't even begun to set in yet. You see a Rise and User getting beamed by Booga and Threats. 2 top teams below another FNCS championship team, right next to an FNCS winner who's stuck as an individual. This side of the map is definitely stacked.
Every side of the map's going to become stacked as we get closer and closer to all these players being pushed into that smaller zone. And for Kanada and Aegis, it's been a bit off and on every time we tune in to see them, but they are definitely hanging into this competition. This could be the game that puts them into the limelight. Siren and Noisy moving across the zone, and there are a couple of players in between them. They're going to hope that maybe they can hit a shot or two on some stranglers running about the place. Potential strangle opportunity here. And Siren not hitting the shot. Finally connects with something. But I feel like it might be a little too late in the zone. And now taken out.
Yeah, he needed that elimination for multiple reasons. The most important one would have been the siphon to keep himself alive to get to the zone. As Pars gets spotted out, getting taken down by Aviv. Hold again, doing just a wonderful job as a solo, not drawing too much attention to him, because that would just have been so drastic. So being patient as can be, only peeking when he has to. Hazuki lost Kinzo not too long ago. We saw them trying to go together hand in hand to the front side of the zone, but they definitely did get caught out. But at least Zuki, if you look at his loadout, the only thing that I'm worried about is he has a Flapjack and an MK Alpha. He has no variation of the shotgun, so if somebody tries to bulldoze into his box, I am going to be worried.
It is going to be tough, but that Flapjack is strong, so we'll see what you can do from it from range. Maybe that will give him the opportunity, like you say, to pick something up that you can use for more close quarter engagements.
Just hiding the tower. Bolted Dork, nothing to worry about here. And now they're going to use the Rift. That was a great play by them. Now they have a chance to steal away the high ground if Costa and Aviv are not looking. And right now, Aviv has his focus towards the low ground. Finally, they look up, spot out both Bolt and Thoric, and the attention has shifted. They cannot let this team land on them for free.
Oh, barely missing that one, Bully. That could have been a great opportunity for them, but they do still have a stake in this game. Need to try and just get above that threshold though, and the opportunity is very much there. Look at that ramp take. Timing on point. And now they just have height so easy. They made it look incredibly swift. And that's because it was ramped up at the perfect time and caught out the players who just were not expecting anyone from the zone.
Especially since that high ground, they were just so distracted by the Rift. That was a perfect opportunity for Bully and G-Money to take advantage. You see Shore and Sypha, 3 eliminations, trying to do the best they can, along with Booga and Threats, trying to stay front of the zone. They don't want to get caught behind everybody else who might be looking for elimination and a refresh. Threats, Booga still feeling that pressure. It's them who actually might need a refresh themselves because they're running out of mats and resources.
Refresh opportunities are certainly there though, so no need to panic just yet. Look down, there will be some players, and they're very much aware of it, going to try and get an all-in play, want to get in the box and deal the damage, and that's what they'll do. Threats does not miss those, and so that should keep them going in this game just a bit longer. Plenty of wood added, and you'll see he's just going to use all of that wood to tart them into a safer position in the zone.
They immediately just ran past everybody below him because they don't want to get stuck. Baka gets 2. Jackson and Aegis go down. Breets drops out as well. Chubb's left by himself. He's going in and out of covers, landing some crucial shots, but the pressure is there on the other side. He needs to find a couple of seconds. Slurp Juice is already popped off, but there goes the second one. Now he has to find a way to get into the zone while Threats is trying to get into the box. He has Booga on the other side fighting his own battle, and they both get shut down. They both fall and get sent back to the lobby.
A bit too big for the boots at the end there. They wanted to take the fight and get punished for it. But up above, you see Bully and G-Money, who after taking height have just been able to sit there. Big chilling as everybody beneath them scurries around trying to find any semblance of control.
Just doing amazing things. Shore by himself, Chubbs by himself. He's the one that's taking a lot of the pressure. Bully and G-Money, they have the high ground, just dealing so much damage, causing destruction to the structures as Shore finally gets taken down. G-Money with the breacher, breaking through all the builds, getting it under his control. A rare miss coming out from Bully is going to allow Convict to survive just a little bit longer. It seems like it's a battle for second place with Bully and G-Money having full control. Chubbs gets dropped down. G-Money's ready to finish this fight, and he does so convincingly to take the game.
The boy G-Money paired up with Bully are here to stay. Very much an impressive game from them, but they showcased that they are definitely one of the players for height. The timing was excellent. They were down on Surge, Jacob. The game looked like if they made the wrong play, it was going to be completely over, but they made the best play possible. A quite literal game-winning play, and from there we're able to close things out well. Look at this, this was it right here. Ramping up, needs Surge, big 150 to the dome, cleans up the rest as well. And Aviv did not see it coming whatsoever, and from there they just sat above everybody else, spraying down.
I'm gonna put that play in my wallet and spend it because it was money. The huge distraction from the high ground. You saw their focus was on Bolt and Thorix as they rifted down, and G-Money and Bully. That is just a huge play, and the excitement coming out, letting people know we are a team, we're one to be reckoned with, and you better not forget our names.
I love that, the passion from G-Money. You see how much it means to him, and understandably so. A huge win under the circumstances. We know how crucial getting as many points is today in terms of the consistency over the course of the qualifiers. Very, very impressive from Bully and G-Man.
No, it definitely is. And once again, another team rising to the top and putting a huge amount of confusion to that leaderboard because now nobody knows where they stand, but there's 3 people that can break it all down. It's Zeke, it's Taco, and Mini Miner.
Thank y'all so much, man. As these guys talked about, look at that passion. G-Money getting himself that big victory royale, and branding is on point because if you saw the background, lots of money just all around the walls. Wow. Bully as well. You know, these guys, it looked like right when they went for that high ground take, It was just like that perfect little window coming in where Aviv just wasn't prepared for it. And I like the thing that kind of happened was they got the elimination on the first duo mate, but they didn't full confirm, right? They dropped one. They said, we have to take out Aviv. Just run at him, mate, right here. Just run at him. Make sure he goes down 2. He's starting to turn. It's too late. They've already taken over height, Taco. It's done.
It was just a complete bamboozle there for Aviv as far as Wooly and G-Money were concerned. They did an excellent job of just making sure to capitalize on the fact that Aviv's focus was elsewhere. But for me, I think that the real takeaway is that the catalyst for this duo, in terms of how well they performed this game, it goes back to the early game. I think them finding a nice elimination onto Edgy and Dukes is what really put them in a great position to even start to make that rotation going all the way from Steamy Springs up to where these final zones were at.
Yeah, and a lot of players would say that Steamy Springs is not one of the best drops on the map. A lot of people say it's the worst drop on the map, and it's really, really difficult to get Surge from. And, of course, that's why they needed to take that fight early on, and that's why we saw them below on Surge. That play from Bully, just to hop in the box, get the Surge damage, and, of course, that refresh earlier on in that endgame was so huge. It just gave them all of those mats, all of that ability to go up onto high ground, and Aviv and Skittles. I mean, you guys got caught lacking there at the top. It was a beautiful play from Bully.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's take a look at the standings. Let's see what this huge victory royale paired up with 10 eliminations has done to these standings. Now, Shore and Zypha, they now look to overtake Pollo and Sphinx. Remember, they had this hot streak just a couple games ago, but now Zypha and Shore are there. But take a look in that 4th place, Bully, G-Money jumping up 20 places. Now they're knocking on the door. I mean, it's looking pretty good, but there's a lot of names on this page, Taco, that I feel like are going to continue to possibly even shift.
Possibly, but Shore and Zypha, slow and steady, but their elimination count is anything but slow and steady. These guys have been going crazy in every single 22 elims, and we're only at the halfway point. Basically, 44 of their current points, they would be in 4th place currently if it wasn't for that elimination count. So the fact that they are able to consistently pick up on these eliminations, it doesn't matter about the mid-map objectives. If you can just make your elims point count, basically overtake it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. When they make it to these end games, they're able to frag out so well. And it's when they're getting into these top 10 situations, they just seem to have that nous, that trust in each other, just to jump in a box, maybe take a wall and try and go for a bit of piece control. They're playing so well together, and it seems like they know each other just to a T. It's perfect.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that we're at the halfway point of that competition, we have a very special interview lined up with none other than Swearin, who will be hanging out with us. We get to pick the very mind of the legend himself, Swearin. First off, easy. How's it going? How you doing?
Hey, it's going great. How you guys doing?
We're having a great time, man. The action in the NA FNCS has been so crazy. What stood out to you so far in these first 3 games of the competition?
I think the thing that's standing out the most is like the people fighting for the island has been actually really fun to watch. And like when it first got announced that points are going to be given for capturing the island, I didn't know how to feel about it, but it's been kind of a blast. So and that's a major win for FNCS, for tournaments in general. It's just been super fun to see people fighting mid-game like that.
And Swearin, as an active competitor yourself, for anybody that keeps up with you on socials, we know how often you like to participate in tournaments. And so, as someone who also watches FNCS, how do you think that has helped your own gameplay for competing?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm old, so I'm not the best player in the world, but I do what I can. But like, watching FNCS, watching the pros do what the pros do has taught me quite a bit, right? It's like I can almost take what they do and slow it down to boomer speed, and it's helped my gameplay quite a bit. I'm actually really grateful to have these to watch because I feel like I'm getting a lot better.
That's great to hear. Now, of course, you were at the Invitational last November in person. Tell us about that experience. What was it like, and why would you recommend going to an in-person event like the Global Championships coming up in October?
Yeah, I mean, okay, Invitational was way cooler than I think any of us expected. Like, we thought it was gonna be really fun, but it was like, the Super Bowl of Fortnite, and we had just got back from TwitchCon like the month before, and I kind of expected it to be a similar vibe. But it was so much cooler. It was just like Fortnite summer camp, and everyone was just super excited to be there. And seeing all the players in person and feeling the energy in the arena was something that was really special. So I'm actually looking forward to going to Copenhagen this year and doing the same thing all over again, because it was absolutely a blast. I highly recommend it.
I love to hear it. Well, Swearing, for all the fans out there, if they're not following you, I want them to do that. So where can they find you?
Best place to find me is Twitch, twitch.tv/Swearing. I stream in the morning, and I'm happy to meet new people. So come on in.
Awesome. Well, man, thank you so much for your time. Us boomers will just keep doing what we're doing in Fortnite. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, but man, thank you so much for your time. We'll catch you later.
I appreciate you. Thank you, guys.
There you have it.
Early morning hustle.
Early morning. Yeah, some of us are boomers. We get it. But hey, listen, more action here from the FNCS. Let's jump right back into game number 4.
Thank you very much, Zeke. Looking forward to hopping into game number 4. Of course, we've seen a bit of the competition so far, and I think it's fair to say, Jacob, and NA players are very much ready for this season's FNCS.
Yeah, a lot of them are proven to kind of up their game tenfold from last season to this season, but will those trends continue? We'll find out here shortly, because game number 4 starts right now.
Players are jumping out of the battle bus and looking to begin their journeys towards that victory royale. Who will it be that comes out on top, though? That's the question every single game, isn't it? And the team that we saw pick up that first game, Pump and Degen, have had some struggles since then. You've seen off spawn, Pump getting shot out of the sky. This battle at the Frenzy Fields, though, has been a fun one to watch, a fast-paced one, and this is why 50-50, both teams trying to land on the weapons, and who gets the better of the luck? It looks like this time it will be Accept and Users once again who come out on top of the first battle, but there will be more. Scoped and Magnolia very much will look to try and run in and get a say in this fight.
Yeah, being that third team to the mix, you can listen to everything break out. You can go when the timing's right, look at the feed, figure out what weapons they have as well. The Scope's just trying to hold on to that high ground, ripping through the builds. Like I said early on, the Flapjack has extra damage to structures. So if you're trying to hold your builds, they're gonna rip right through. Scoped and Magnolia just trying to farm up at the same time. A huge find by Scoped, getting that blue Havoc shotgun. Mixed with the Flapjack, gonna be able to deal a ton of damage, but they stole away the high ground. Accept tries to go for a sneak attack, but he turns, burns, gets taken down. Now it's a 1v2 situation. And I say that very, very loosely because Magnolia, if you breathe on him, he looks like he'll go down.
Yes, so low HP right now. And another team jumping in. It's Aiden, it's Hound. They want a piece of the Frenzy Fields pie, and they might be in the prime position to pick up everything. Everyone's so low across the board. These guys are looking strong.
Yeah, that's something we've seen in that last game. Especially 4th, 5th, 6th parties. You hear it coming into the distance. You may not be positioned where you want to be on that leaderboard. And as we talked throughout the day, it's the top 50 teams in series points that go directly to the FNCS Grand Finals. There is no Surge Week this time around, so every single interaction matters, including this one that we've seen a few times on the day. Decay and Cosmo are going to take down both Vert and Rokane and win this off-spawn exchange.
We've not seen much taunting after fights have been won, so seeing that is good. At least it lets us know we are truly in NA, right? It wouldn't be NA without a bit of bad manners after an elimination. That's what it's all about, though, right? Sovzi, unfortunately, it looks like things are not going their way over at Kenjutsu Crossing once again. A bit of a faster-paced affair than what we saw last time, right? It was a very slow-paced fight in Game 3. This time, Sovzi going to be trying to pick up the pieces after Byla picked up his duo to start things off.
It's almost like that deja vu of the last game in which you were speaking of. Bugha just going ahead and taking away all the loot on the other side of Kenjutsu's Crossing. Last time around, though, threats did eventually catch up, and they third-partied the teams battling over towards Kenjutsu Crossing. But since they don't hear anything this time around, even seeing the minimap, a disengage going on, it's not going to be the same opportunities from last game to this for Bugha and Threats.
Yeah, the warden of the dojo, Brugger, will step away from his post just for now. Of course, our boy G Money, after winning last game, is certainly going to be on top of the world. Looks like they might be trying to go on top of this mountain. Try base up, get some surge tags here in this mega area.
The other team has been, I wouldn't say outright contesting, but yeah, contesting Duke and Edgy. So for them to perform against the FNCS champions at a high level is very, very promising for the rest of their season. Definitely going to put them in my notes as a team to look out for. Koyo and Sphinx, once again, having a phenomenal performance in the weekly finals. We saw them in the last majors where they claimed their global championship spot by getting top 3. Talked about from Steamy Stacks, exactly where we saw Bully and G Money not too long ago. Acorn and Cold getting spotted out as well. Duke just trying to go for some surge, but what he lacks right now is an AR. You see the combat SMG, there's a lot of recoil, so being able to get 0 to 100 in terms of damage is going to be very, very difficult for Duke in this position.
Yeah, surge tags with that SMG from far away is like not the play. We'll see though. Whether or not you can connect with anything. Someone's connecting with him.
The zone, I feel like, is just going north. It's going to be a northeast zone this time around.
Northeast
Where
zone,
exactly? Yeah, I wouldn't say it's going to like go brutal or all the way north towards Lonely, but it is going to end in the snow POI somewhere.
Yeah. Is that like official? Is that certified now? Like you?
I'm just hoping.
Is this the banker?
I'm trying to learn the zones as it goes on.
Okay.
Convict of Vanillas. This has been their drop spot. They actually almost won Chapter 3, Season 3 by dropping at Brutal Bastion. They were beat out by Bolts in Thoric, though, in that season. So, a lot of familiarity for them in that drop spot. Smite and Chris going up against Snacky on the other side. Battle for the piece control. Knifer's there as well. Hip to hip, box to box. Knifer looking like he's trying to get a little bit of additional angle. Snacky doing a good job of playing defensive, backing down his opponent. Wasp not going deep enough to force Smite and Chris back. So we're going to stay at this standoff. Just continues. Both these players just not wanting to give up.
Yeah, they might be forced to give up though. Snacky chunking a huge shotgun shot there. And that's gonna just force him and Snacky to take a bit of a rain check, slow down a bit, and look to heal. Smite and Chris definitely do hit hard when given the opportunity.
Long battle here, but rightfully so. There's a good amount of loot up for grabs here. Just going out, peeking all around. Like Shinobi's trying to flank from either side. Snacky just being persistent up against Chris, but it looks like Smite just trying to loot up as much as he can. But as we tune in, Siren and Noisy already having a huge advantage. Backing up user further and further. They clean up one. That's going to be the Siphon. A little bit of a refresh. You see that he's max mats as well. They're hot on the chase. Third party coming in. Siren maybe biting off more than he can chew. He goes down. A window of opportunity has just been opened up. Noisy's going to try to go for the revive, but the shots are still firing in from that third party. They clean that one up, and lo and behold, it's Shore and it's Zypha continuing their third party aggression throughout each and every one of these games so far today.
Yeah, these guys do not stop. They do not slow down. They do not bend or break.
You see now, getting challenged there on the back end by at least one of those teams. And immediately, you see, they're just disengaged. They're going deeper and deeper into the zone. They don't want to be stuck on the most congested side where a lot of these teams that are deep in the zone that have to rotate, they cannot necessarily accumulate the surge, are going to be battling it out on that edge of zone. That's something that we've seen game after game after game for some of these teams.
Yeah, and I think these guys obviously are doing a good job of sort of playing the game how they want to play it rather than allowing things to sort of dictate how they have to play, right? They're being proactive rather than being reactive, which is what you want to see from a lot of the best teams.
He's getting backed up. But to his own loot. Not too much of a worry. I think Teek's on the other side. Positive trying to get in along with Penta. Penta we've seen today battle against player after player, team after team, trying to keep his team alive into the game. They hit a little bit of a 3-2-1 countdown. It's not a happy new year, but it's definitely a good sign for Sphinx and Pollo to continue to try to clean this one up, but instead they just don't like where this position's at. They know so many teams are around them, and they think if I stay to fight this, we are definitely going to get third parties. So they choose to just continue to move forward.
I like it. These guys have obviously been good. They almost sort of shocked the region last season with how they played and qualifying to globals. And there was a bit of drama in terms of if they were going to actually play with each other and players trying to leave each other and go different directions. But ultimately, they're here to stay and they're playing well.
Using medkits, bandages, plenty of heals here. Does look like the zone continue to pull towards the north. Clicks an epic well, just trying to get some surge on any teams that are straggling behind. Slow to rotate. They're trying to look at that as an opportunity to try to take advantage. Ugin Threat's going to be one of those. Not too far away from Mega City itself. They know at least one player is rotating parallel to them, trying to get towards the zone. And you can see them slowly but surely inching and leaning in that direction. That's Redux that gets spotted out. Threats is continuing to move forward while Bugha's putting down some shots, trying to at least chip down his shields and HP to make it that much easier, and even Threats going ahead and landing some shots. I feel bad for Redux because I feel like this is an opportunity where Bugha and Threats are like 90% going to chase it down.
Yeah, I don't blame them, especially with just sort of how much they've already invested into it, right? You almost want to bear the fruit of your investment. Redux are going to do a really good job of just creating as much space as possible, right? As they're stopped and delayed there for a moment, he's going to run. Well, all of his efforts to run. Maybe useless if Threats is going to hit shots like that. We always big up his aim, Jacob, but every given opportunity, he backs it up.
Every single time. I agree with that. And you see why. You know, to start off FNCS, you saw, you know, a couple seasons ago that Bugha was even thinking about playing with Pollo. I mentioned that to start the day off, and then said, I actually got to go with my boy Threats. More chemistry, more comfortability, and it's been working out to a certain extent, but they still got more to do here. The Boggs and T2G, the Legend, are going to be one of the first teams to Rift Island. But if any game taught us anything, it doesn't matter if you're the first team there, because eventually somebody will try to contest it, because that's 15 points. That's a good amount of loot that you don't want to let just go for free, especially if you're not as high up on the leaderboard as you would once hope.
Let's take a look at what Solsi was able to do here. Breaking his way in, brute forcing his way in before getting the revive off. No fear whatsoever.
That's what you gotta do. See Rise and User, just judging by their loadout here. 3 more points for those mid-match objectives. It does look like they might have captured that vault that they do spawn at. Somebody might have just went down. They went from 297 to 399 above the damage threshold. Great shots. Great proactivity coming out from them. Penta and Teek still box to box. Blake and Macwood, who have traveled quite far from Lonely Labs to try to secure this position. But it's not over yet, especially since Teeks and Penta, 163 below the damage threshold. Almost now or never for this team to try to pick up the shots that they need. Going with police control. Penta's at least going to get one. Forcing Blake and Macwood back just a little bit more. Shot's going to get traded off between the two. Teek's going to get some damage. But it just wasn't enough damage for Penta and Teeks. They still have to fight this. They still have to figure out where they're going to get their surge from.
think they know where they're gonna have to get it from. It's just a matter of how easy that's gonna be.
You even see at times that they're just looking off of the structure that they're currently built on, and some of those teams that are around them in the distance to try to even get some shots. Blake and Macwood heard that one, which is why you see them firing back. Penta taking a good damage from a third party as well. If Blake and Macwood just had a sense of how weak they actually were, I could see them trying to play aggressive, but a great shot from Blake. Pre-firing through the builds. Teek's gonna get backed up. 50 HP in a dream. Now Storm Surge is beginning to affect them. It's all or nothing. You only have a few seconds. Teek's gonna get knocked down. Penta soon to follow. Blake with back-to-back eliminations.
Blake, you see the smile on his face. Happy man right now. Why wouldn't he be in 2 nice peaks there and the shots connected on both? That's what you like to see from Blake.
82 points. Not indicative of how they've been performing from Cash Cups and in round number 2. But they definitely, like you mentioned yourself, holding themselves accountable for what happened in that last major. Even though they have their global championship spot, this is like a season for revenge. To show that they're still the team to beat. With Bylon and Pen just trying to rotate, get in front of a team. Even though they are 100 above, they know that's not a feeling of comfortability in a lobby just like this. It's Kanata and Aegis, a team that we haven't seen too much from. This is your time to shine. Start to climb up that leaderboard. There goes the first knock. Kanata's going to take down one. Goes back to back as he takes down N-Pen as well. A huge double elimination coming out from Kanata, but it can only be celebrated for so long. They became the focus for a few seconds.
Kanata is just different gravy, man. You know you expect to see some sort of highlight from him throughout the day at some point. A rare missed shot, but then he made sure to hit the next couple. And that's just beautifully done, man. Making 2 top players within the region look like easy work. That is what Kanata does.
Expect him to come online just a little bit more here in this game. Especially if he ends up by himself like we saw Agers in some of our earlier games on the day, but 262 above the damage threshold. Epic Will and Clicks, a new team this season. They're still trying to fill each other out, build that chemistry, figure out how they want to play each and every single situation. And that's the thing about Fortnite is you might think you have saw every situation up until this date, but there's so many new things, new seasons, new POIs that you always have to keep learning.
If you want to learn, you probably should learn from Zypher and Shaw. They've been pretty decent today, eh?
Pretty decent, actually. And it's funny to say that 2 eliminations, 157 above the threshold, is a little bit of a quiet game for how they've been performing already on the day. And it just goes to show how flexible they are, how deep into their bag of tricks they could go to switch up their playstyle at a moment's notice. They realize their position on the leaderboard, and they don't want to let it slip out of their grasp. As Day and Nasen, they're trying to bolster their position on the leaderboard, and it starts right here, right now, while bursting into Nerfus's box and taking him out for the elimination along with Curly.
Yeah, that was a much-needed elim for them. Deja vu, you could say. Problem is, they need a bit more than that if we're going to start really talking about resurgences and comebacks from them.
Still 32 teams left alive, though. Placement points haven't begun to click in. A Day just gets flanked here for a moment. Not to the zone just yet. Nasen's trying to go ahead and look back, alleviate some of that pressure, put down some shots to make it a little bit easier for Day to try to rotate. The only thing about this team is they're 67 above the damage threshold. It's going to allow them to survive for now, but in the back of their minds, they know they still need to be proactive in a lobby just like this. So finally see Bugha and Threats yet again, 220 above the damage threshold. And they've actually been rotating. You see they land towards the south side of the map. They wrapped around all the way towards the east. They went up north, and now they have to go south and west.
It shouldn't be too tough for them as well either. You can see them sort of scouting it out, the path they want to take. And there's plenty of trees they can use for line of sights, different sort of valleys as well that will change the vision people have of them. If they want to move towards zone, they definitely can. Even though they have one of the longer distances to travel.
Ooh, slap dab in the center of zone, though. Bully and G Money. I don't really like their heal situation or their medium ammo. So in the back of their mind, they're probably thinking, we need a refresh. We need to figure out where we're going to get it from. 28 damage above the threshold. That's not really anything you can hang your hat on.
Yeah, that's not a great spot to be in at all. Refresh is definitely needed, but who better than Bully and G Money to do that? Need to start scouting their surroundings. It doesn't seem like anything's going to come from there, so may have to be the players who start to rotate into the zone.
Only 38. He has 2 different MK alphas and a very little ammo.
Yeah, and in this lobby, right, trying to get a surge in a position like this where you're taking shots at people is going to be so tough, right? You want to be getting in people's faces if you want a chance at adding damage to their tally. They are above, but again, not in a comfortable spot, and they won't be able to bear much fruit just taking shots the way he is now.
Not too bad of a pull for him, though. I will say that. Still lacking a lot of ammo to try to keep the pressure there. Both of them have about a clip left in any of their MK alphas in this situation. Not the best when it comes to materials. But we know how capable they are of finding something at a moment's notice. Zypha becomes pressured. Just trying to hold on along the shore. 14 HP. Needs some second of stability here to try to get his minis and his big pots off, but now Shore's taking the brunt of the damage. Finally, that pressure has been alleviated for a short moment, as everybody now has to rotate from point A to point B.
That is tough for them. But they are resilient, they won't give up. And it won't be the end of their game. The med miss coming through is huge, and if they can get time once they get to zone, there's a big pot for them to use as well.
Lock and feet taking down Nasen. Dave falls as well to Osid. So they're out. At least they got a couple placement points for their efforts here in this game. As Shore and Zypha, they have 5 eliminations. A ton of damage when it comes to Storm Surge. Zypha even has a big pot, so health and HP isn't necessarily going to be a worry as they finally get towards the front side of the zone. Shore's going to be the one leading the way there. But as we jump on board Poyo and Sphinx, it's actually just Sphinx, and now it's his turn to clutch up. We saw Poyo do it last game, now it's your turn.
Yeah, and Poyo very much is a big clutch player. That's a situation where you are familiar with him. You know he's going to do well. Sphinx, though, now's a chance to make that kind of impression. G Money, unfortunately, isn't going to be playing with Bully in this endgame. And it's not going to be him playing in the endgame at all because he gets taken out. Winners of last game.
Big opportunity for Snacky and Knifer to try to pick up the pace here. Last half of the day means so much, and that's why you see Zypha and Shore not necessarily getting less aggressive, but making more smart plays with their aggression. Spots the team attempting to try to take height. Zypha quickly chops him down to size, but knows he cannot maintain his position on the high ground. He doesn't have the materials, and just like that, it goes on over to Acorn and Cold. They've been doing just enough to keep themselves into the top 15 on the leaderboards throughout the day, and this is their chance to take over, because they are a second half team.
Look, the round before this to actually qualify to this stage, we saw them do this in so many of the games, and I was waiting, Jacob, I've been waiting to see when Acorn and Cold would arrive themselves to this lobby. And this might just be the time. Canada and Aegis, some of their biggest competition in this game, are struggling right now. Fortunately for the zone, it pulls back in their favor, and that gives them the time. A very, very lucky zone pull. Canada was looking really, really hurt there. Snacky, Knifer, still alive in this game as well, and very much trying to make an impact as they move through these zones.
They're moving through rather smoothly as well. See the loadout, not the best when it comes to Snacky, but potential to pop off. It's just like Agers, who found 2 actually on Beast and Diego. Shore's by himself. They have 6 eliminations as a team, 202 points. Trying to make that and extend it even more, but out of build. 1v1 versus Aviv, and Shore shuts him down just like that. get some builds to work with. Not many, but at least it's something. Quickly looks back yet again. Sure knows there's a player looming around every single one of these corners. Now when it comes to builds, he is fresh out. He is on the hunt. Sees the edit go through. He makes the smart play, Levin. He lets that player go right past him.
Yeah, that might just pay off for him if you can keep on sneaking around and catching people out. Sure again. How's he managed to pick up Aegis? And he might just do it again. No, such low HP. Natch eventually takes him out. But what a job Shaw did there. Threats now just one tick away from being taken out of the game. Needs to get a refresh for that Siphon HP. And the opportunities are certainly there, but the maps are starting to run thin for him.
Yeah, before a couple of these players did go down, he was at once the only solo left in the game. And with Blake and Macwood actually getting tossed back to the lobby, he's once again the only solo. Notch and Wavy Jacob doing what they can. 6 eliminations, trying to get in front, trying to go around. They don't have builds to protect themselves. Wavy Jacob gets lost. It's all up to Notch. He's sneaking around, lands a crucial shot on the Reed, and now he's not staying. He's not getting too greedy. Using the med miss, trying to get right back into the zone. But Reed's on the hunt, but he gets shut down altogether. Notch standing 10 toes down to hold his position in the game.
Such a clean shot, and maybe another one on the horizon. You know the opportunity is certainly there, and he's going to be looking around for it. There's 2 builds he can use, so needs to go big with a shotgun. Threats doing so himself. And now using that med miss just to play around in the zone a bit, maybe seeing if he can find some other heals, because it could come down to the heal off. But very much going to be biding his time before getting back in. That Medmiss is running low, and so now a 1v1 opportunity here against Natch. Both these guys have been hitting hard, but it will be Natch who hits harder. 6 limbs already, and now trying to add to that tally. Still players around him, but it's 2 duos that now determine his fate.
And these are 2 of the most hungry duos in this competition as User shuts him down, picking that one up. Rise and User versus Acorn and Cold. High ground versus low. Acorn tries to go back. He doesn't want to give up the Siphon. He's going to get down in peace. All the heals are off the back of Acorn here, who uses his last slap smash. All that's left is the med miss. He spots out User on the other side. Wild Boss getting tossed. They're trying to displace Cold to not let the med miss get the most effective, but on the low ground, Rise is now left by himself, and I think he has the game in the bag. He has a full med miss left, so it's up to Cold to figure out where he's positioned and get the elimination, but he does not get the chance. Rise stays alive and takes the game.
Time was not on Cold's side, but those 2 Titans came clashing in the final moments. When you think of NA Fortnite, these are 2 of the teams you think of, and they definitely gave us a show here in the end. But it was User and Rise who came out on top, and they were putting on a clinic on low ground.
Yeah, they are playing so solid on the day. I expect to see more with the performance that we are having, especially you add on that victory royale, and this was a huge one, taking down Notch. Notch did all the hard work for half the teams in here, taking down so many players as a solo up until this point. Rise knew where all the heals was. He backtracks to take the game, and a huge momentum boost for a team that was already positioned in our top 10.
Yeah, really happy to see them being able to pop up like that. Of course, User very much doesn't get the chance with the way their playstyle is so strict. He's almost restricted in and has to pick his right moments to be able to pop off. But when given those moments, Jacob, he's gonna go crazy. A nice win for that duo, and many more to be added up in the standings. And send it back to Zeke and Giannis to break it all down.
Thank you guys so much. There's only 2 more games left here on NA. And remember, we're playing to put series point leaderboard points on the series point leaderboard. It's a tongue twister, I did that on purpose. But at the end of the day, we're just looking to place as high as we can to slam points on that other leaderboard. Now, after this game, User and Rise, they went crazy. They finally, as Levin said, had that opportunity to just operate, right? You just say, hey, we are finally in a position where we can just try and do our own thing. And of course, the moment that happens, Taco, they are good to go.
And it's not too surprising either that this is the duo that's controlling the low ground, arguably one of the best low ground duos to work through some of these more chaotic layers. And that last moment between Acorn and Cold, you could kind of tell that there was like a split-second hesitation where Cold is a very confident fragger. We've seen him time and time again be able to close out in those clutch situations, and he seemed as though he thought that he might have had enough heals to actually out-sustain and not take the risk, because again, they were probably watching Rise and users just popping up time and time again in that elimination feed. You know that they're controlling the low ground. You don't know which layers they already have the edits ready for. And so that seemed like part of the reason why Cole didn't necessarily want to drop right away.
Yeah, and for Rise and User, these guys aren't qualified to the Global Championships. Remember, last season they missed out by 1 place in Grand Finals. So they've got a bit of a fire in their belly at the moment, and this is some of the best Fortnite that we've seen from them all chapter, and I hope it continues.
Well, let's see where they are on those leaderboards, because it is time to take a look at our standings. Are they breaking into that top 10? Are they here? They are up to 5 places, so from 8th place, now in that top 3. This is huge for the duo, but remember, with 2 games left to go, they have to keep this momentum going. And guys, I just gotta say, for Shore and Zypha, I have just been ridiculously impressed with their ability to just go out and get eliminations. They're like, hey, victory out, we don't need that. We're gonna go get almost double-digit eliminations game after game. And that is just carrying them right now.
Yeah, it's actually disgusting, honestly, how far up in elimination points these two have been able to secure. I mean, 60 points off of 30 eliminations.
Wow.
You wouldn't necessarily expect this to be a weekly finals lobby, but it is a finals lobby, and yet these two are making it look as though it's still in opens.
Yeah, they actually are, and it's one of those things where this team aren't afraid to fight. They aren't afraid to take those mid-game fights, whether they need the surge, whether they need the loot or not. They're more than happy to try and take those risks, and even at 8th zone, we saw them getting looked at and sprayed at by the entire lobby, but they didn't panic. They didn't think, this is the time to try and fight a team, this is the time to try and run away. They held their builds, they had that refresh from previous fights and previous refreshes, so I think they're doing good at the moment. I mean, in first place, you can't ask for much more, but I want to see more of that sort of high ground play, more of those winning moments from this team.
Absolutely. I want to take more look at the standings because there are a couple of duos here that did stand out to me in that game of, you know, we kind of have continued to see them in these end games, but finally they could put a couple of those pieces together. One of those was actually Threats, having been left as a solo. So remember, last game, we actually saw the same, but on the other side, it was just Booga, right? Threats had been down. Now on the other side, Threats says, my bad. I know I left you alone. If I have to do this, I'm going to put up numbers. And after that, to put up just 5 eliminations as a solo player, that's nuts.
Man, we even saw Threats and Booga kind of having a tough time about it because even some of their earlier rotations towards the zone, they're really struggling even just to get to the exact edge of a lot of these zones. And it kind of goes back to the very start, I'd say right around 5th, 6th zone, where they essentially got a bit compromised. Again, Threats having to go for this as a solo player, but it's still just his awareness to actually play through as a solo, because we saw it was only 2 duos actually left standing by the end of it all. So a lot of solo situations that are definitely surfacing, and the experience seems to be carrying right now.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Booga and Threats right there, because they, of course, had a max pull 7th zone, so they managed to sort of overcome those problems, but I think, unfortunately for them, that was their demise in that game. They just used too many materials.
Yeah, it happens, right? It just be like that sometimes. Now, I do want to kind of do a little bit of a check-in here. We've kind of been looking at these mid-match objectives, right? Rift Island and, of course, the vaults. What we want to do is take a moment here to look at the numbers themselves. Bucky and Okus taking 30 points. That means they've claimed 2 Rift Islands, but look at User and Rise, right? The duo that just won this last game, having the 24 points is insane, right? These guys are absolutely going after vaults and claiming them.
Yeah, and it makes sense that they'd be looking for vaults as well, given their drop spot over there by Secluded Spire and the Slapping Go. They obviously have that initial vault readily available to them, and everyone kind of knows that that's definitely User and Rise's territory.
Yeah, it really is. So when you get that vault or spawn, you have those potential for some early loot, and that could be a benefit to some of these drop spots. That could influence the team's decisions, maybe going into week 2 and week 3 to maybe switch up their drop spot a little bit, switch up their strategy just to gain those extra points every single game. I think it's worth it.
So good. Listen, we only have 2 games left to go. I don't know how I blinked and it's just gone, right? We have 2 games. Now it is the time to put up as a duo, hit that top 10. It is now or never, but we have a duo here ready to cast more action. It's Jacob PR, 11-2K. Boys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Zeke. I'm very much looking forward to these last 2 games. Of course, we've seen a lot of action over the first 4, Jacob, but I think here in the last 2 is where you really start to see things heat up.
Yeah, these teams are going to realize, like, hey, I actually have a shot at getting first. I have a shot at getting top 5, top 10, whatever it may be. And they realize how important those series points are. One thing I think from FNCS Major 1 even that a lot of teams learn is you can't take that round 1 lightly because nothing is guaranteed except for this game number 5, which starts right now.
Two opportunities left today to make your mark in qualifier 1. And you do not want to take those 2 for granted. Of course, these last 2 games are going to be a bit of a ride as we see some last-ditch efforts to save some dignity from some teams who haven't quite had the best of days. And of course, some heroics from the teams at the top of the leaderboard to remain there. Vert and Rokane are definitely in the camp of players looking to try and save their honor. Save their honor, they will.
It's a huge fight back from Bert and Rokane. They need some points here because those series points just drop off more and more and more the more you get at the bottom end of that top 50. And like I just said, nothing is guaranteed. You might not see yourself here next week, so you got to take advantage of every single moment that you do have here in the finals. You can see Frenzy King taking down Rihan. User kind of uncontested by one of the main barns over towards Frenzy Field. But over on this side of the fight, something that we've been seeing all day, NPen and Byla versus their respective opponents here. And while this fight is going down each and every time, or at least the last couple of consecutive games, Bugha and Threats have been stealing away the second half of Kenjutsu Crossing's lead.
We say stealing away, they'll say rightfully taking what they believe is theirs.
Depends how you look at it, for sure. That's just one of the pitfalls of having a prolonged fight. But there's still plenty of loot over here towards Kenjutsu Crossing, especially if not too many teams took that loot path towards the backside. Sabzi just trying to go through. Finally picking up a drum. Going to start that capture point just a little bit. His teammates on the other side, but they also spot out both NPen and Byla, who's starting to put some pressure down. No shields really on the back of Mario. On the other side, NPen and Byla almost full health. I'm going to slow down just for a little bit. This is game number 5. Nobody really wants to throw it all the way here in the early game.
Yeah, it would be the worst time to possibly do it, eh?
Especially game 5.
But we have seen it, right? Last week, yesterday, the EU teams in the last game that were all doing well, all just slipped up in the final game. And it was sort of like a wide open race for other people to show up and impress. So, never know.
We hit the nail on the head. That's when I drop and Mappy kind of took it by storm. Say, hey, if you guys aren't going to go ahead and survive, we'll take it. Pound and Aiden over here towards this mansion on the outside is a potential vault in which Zukis and Kinzo are just trying to push them further and further back. I know last season Zukis was landing here with Punisher. So he does have some familiarity in terms of drop spot and trying to get the best out of your drop overall, beat your team to the punch. And right now it seems like they've at least succeeded here in step 1. Push that team off and then hope for the vault to go in your direction. Edwin and Saskia over on this side. Bryce and Chubbs, another team that has familiarity on the north side of the map, but Chubbs getting back down little by little. A little too separated from Bryce. Meanwhile, Saskia hip to hip with his teammate. Chubbs just trying to go ahead and run forward, be there for his team. Third party coming in. This is where the fight's really going to break down. Edward at least gets the knock on the one along with Saskia, so down goes Bryce. Chubbs just trying to hide in a cone. The Season 1 Classic, but he gets spotted out. Denies entry. Third party once again just dealing so much damage, and no matter what, that still goes over to Edward and Saskia, so they get the refresh and the siphon and the points.
I like that.
Oh, whoa, what's going on over here? Last time we saw them, they were on an ocean adventure, a cruise deep in the sea. This time around, they're ready to fight back. Ibaka has to do it by himself against Stifferuni and Mars. Ibaka, probably one of the best fighters the West region has come out with. He had a global champion, or invitational spot last year, and a nice shot there to try to keep him ahead. 2 back-to-back shots. Even though this is a 1v2, Baka's doing a good job of leading in this fight.
I like what I'm seeing from him right now. We'll see it. Of course, we've watched these guys fight a bunch today. Stiff and Mars, and more times than not, the fights haven't quite gone in their favor, but to get 2v1 D in game 5 would be really detrimental for the morale.
Try to fake the revive onto Pars, but the elimination credit finally gets cleaned up. Box there. Baka luckily gets all the way down there for a moment. Enpin and Bila get cleaned up over towards Kenjutsu. It was actually a third party from Bugha, judging by the feed. But Baka, oh my god, he's just doing such a good job here as a solo. Really putting some respect on the former West region, not backing down. But the third parties, that is going to be the thorn in his side in trying to survive. Definitely still has 250 bricks, so plenty of builds to work with here. As long as a third party doesn't keep coming in, but it's a Vive, it's just like a fly at a picnic trying to shoo them away, but they keep landing on you.
It must be so annoying, especially when you're actually giving a team that works.
That's true. Now he has no heals. Third party still coming in.
If he wins, this will be absurd. Surely not, right? Surely not, right? Like, there's just no way. I don't want to get too hype. I don't want to get too excited because he just shouldn't win this, right? You can't do this, Baka. You can't keep on pressuring them like this. No shields left. Every bit of damage he takes is going to be irreparable. And maybe now he's taking a bit too much damage than he can handle. And so it's looking rather sad for him here. His only hope is that the third party gets involved and decides to cause a distraction that could maybe allow him to get out of there.
Looking around for it. The final shot finally comes in. But I feel like you got to give him so much credit in the world. If that third party doesn't come, I feel like I'm convinced at this stage. With how well he was playing that fight, I feel like I'm convinced Stiff and Mars going to take that blessing and keep it going. Sometimes things just don't go the way you hoped. You see Duke saving the day yet again, saving up Edgy, even going rotating from their initial landing spot. And that's why you see that team towards Frenzy Field, they heard the action, slowly but surely seeing if that's something that they want to tackle.
That's a beam and a half.
See that Zypha's gone this time around.
5 eliminations every game for sure. And Zypha, the only team across all regions to do that. That is unheard of.
That's true, and their placements are pretty well as well. They got 8 eliminations, 5, 6, and 11.
They are genuinely on the verge of doing something that would be quite spectacular here in NA when it comes to the elimination records. Currently stands at 42 eliminations, so see if they can get that. Of course, though, with Bugha and Frets here, the team very, very close to maybe finishing the day in first place. We got Vivid to give us an update on what they've been up to.
Yeah, our second place team here at 11, and last game and this game looks like they're going to have to make a pretty tough rotation all the way up towards the north side of the map. But lucky for them, they do have a contested area right next to where they are landing over at Kenjutsu Crossing, and they are taking full advantage of it because throughout the day, this is where they have been getting a majority of their Storm Surge from. It's working out great.
Thank you very much, Vivid. Of course, yeah, we've been watching some of those fights, right, throughout the day where they just jump in and you're like, oh, wow, the perfect third-party opportunity. And that's sometimes a dream for players to be able to have a fight very close by that they know doesn't directly require them to get involved, but just a nice opportunity to get some Storm Surge.
See what happens important here. You see them healing up. But why did they have to heal up? 2 HP in a dream coming out from Duke. They get that first knock back against the zone as well. Just overall dominate the fight. Very little worries coming out from them. And a great boost of momentum to try to continue their climb up the leaderboard. Jump on board Shore. Still has a solo. 37 duos left alive. Have a great position here on the leaderboard. 216 points to start the game. That's a 26-point lead, which some would say that's a good lead. That's a good cushion. But we know how volatile this lobby can be. We know the pop-off potential of Bugha and Threats, User and Rise, Poyo and Sphinx, the teams that are directly below them.
Yeah, and considering how this game's gone for them so far, it's not looking good. All their competitors have been heating up, warming up, ready for these last 2 games.
You haven't had to rotate too far from their initial drop spot, and they're right next to a static launch pad that we've seen teams fight for throughout the day, especially on that initial drop. It's the one we saw Rocane and Vert win. It's kind of started off. See where the zone is going to go. It's going to center up quite a bit. So a lot of these teams that are already positioned on the center map, if you look at where Rift Island is as well, by 6th, 7th zone, it's no longer going to be in. So we're going to continue to pull below Rift Island. So a lot of these teams have to start being proactive in their positioning.
Acorn and Cold, of course, we saw them get 2nd place not too long ago, and even though that may have just had a slight impact in their momentum, they're still very much here to play. Of course, got some loot out of cash there, that'll be nice. Rift Island spawning in now, and you can see exactly who's waiting to try and get up on top. Noisy and Siren quickly make their way up to try and claim it.
Try to put down shots. Their main focus isn't solely on trying to claim that 15 points, but continue their climb up the Surge ladder, so they don't have to worry about it later on in the game. You know as well as I do, almost every single game there's been some contestation, but if you look at the feed, Sphinx, Epicwell, 2 different teams working together, they take out Bugha. Threats is now stuck between 2 of the most aggressive teams in the game, full of 4 of the most dangerous players, and that's just directly here, because you see 2 more on the outskirts. So this is going to be dangerous for Threats to try to survive, but he's hiding in a bush for now, trying to clean up a lot of the loot that Bugha had just dropped, and luckily for him, there's a source of mud nearby, but right in front, it's TK and Jackson, dropping and stopping every single exit that Threat is trying to plan to have.
Yeah, but he's not going to make it easy for anybody around there, right? Gonna connect to that AR a bit. Feel like a broken record talking about threats and hitting AR shots.
Rotating towards the south. Bully knows there's some players down there. They heard the action. That's where Clix and Epicwell were just fighting Bugha and Threats not too long ago. So even though they might not spot him out, it's the information that they gathered. He knows somebody's there. There's Duke lost Edgy. He knows his opponent is still floating around here somewhere, spots him off into the distance, gets the reboot card, and this is the decisions that Duke now has to make. Does he continue to play this one as a solo? Does he go deeper in the zone to try to get the revive off? Decisions from the reigning FNCS champ.
Let's get a replay of this elimination from Duke. Oh my! Oh. Feel like I'm watching a creative 1v1 right there. Duke put him in the blender.
This makes me wonder why they were stuck so far out. Did they potentially get the vault? That was Kinzo, that was Zuki's. I talked about them landing at Mansion. If they potentially got the vault, you could see why they're so far ahead everybody else. But we finally see Zypha back into the game along with Shore. So a good opportunity for them to continue to hold on to their first place spot. but it's going to be a difficult one at that because now Zypha has to loot up, he has to get resources, he has to get materials, and they have a long journey to the zone as well. Stiff and Mars. Rotating from the north shore. Still getting tagged up. Separated away from Zypha, who's still in the zone far, far back. Zukis gets taken down as well. We saw Kinzo drop not too long ago. Gotta imagine they're out as Stiff just tries to break into the box, trying to take down Shore for the second time this game. And it's gonna be tough for Shore to try to survive because he's in the zone at 1 HP, and that's gonna be Stiff who gets that elimination.
Zypha. My friend. I know it's not an easy situation for you to be in, but you will go down out in the open on that rail. No materials is left to use as well. And Mars and Stiff are very much feeling vindictive right now. So give them any opportunity to sniff you out and they will.
And they have the luxuries. They are a full duo. They can just continue to move towards the front side of the zone, and they can continue to rotate or just simply look back and try to spot out Zypha. They know somebody's there, but Zypha has struggles of his own. 120 below the damage threshold. Fresh off of the reboot, trying to scrounge together for anything that was left behind here towards Shady Stilts. Medmiss going to be a little bit of a miracle. He has to simultaneously get the reboot card of Shore if he wants to try to get his teammate back to the game.
I don't know how this ends up being good for them. The journey back to any sort of significant game is so tough. Doesn't even have enough mats to block his head. You saw instinctually looking to try place a roof above, but ran out of gas, ran out of steam.
I saw, yeah, Booga down in the feed. Enzo's back up as well. Daring reboot coming out of Zuki's. Threats can't do the same. He has to leave Booga back. Card along with it. Positives is 250 above the damage threshold. Plenty of HP to work with. He's trying to use the team's fighting, skirmishing towards his right. Has a little bit of a distraction, but he gets tagged up by Bully and G-Money, who have position high on that cliff. Threats making that smart play to try to bypass everybody. Look for Surge and continue to rotate.
Yeah, I understand it. Probably one of his best options given the scenario.
Smart play, just box him. He's not in zone just yet, but doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew in this rotation. He knows that team is next to him, spotting him out, beginning to target him. An interesting decision for Threats. Normally you would want to stay away from a lot of these teams, but since he is a solo, he's just simply going to try to box up at least 2 wide so they think he is a solo, and hopefully that's what he's going to use to try to survive even longer. But the reboot going off, Booga doesn't even touch the ground except for when he gets knocked.
Well, we were wondering what happened to Booga, and that's what it was. Got rebooted, and then the classic, the standard in a lobby like this, shot out the sky.
Couple med kits going down. Not too many teams in front of him if they were to choose to try to white line their way there, but timing is of the essence. You go too soon, you become the focus of the lobby. You go too late, you get gate kept out of the zone as Clicks Epicwell still looking for Surge. Nearly form duo. Continue to hold the Mega City spot that Epicwell and reclaim seasons ago. Now, without any minis, just a med mist on his back. Clicks is doing everything he can to try to find the opportunities for shots. Lands one, but it's still not enough to get above the threshold. But Epicwell finds one on the other side, but they're toying with the game right now. They still have that slurp plant to try to save as many of the HP and heals as possible, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I think the worry that I have is that throughout today, we've seen them have a couple different Surge struggles, right? This is the area of the game where they're going to have to improve the most, making sure that their mid-game Surge strats are on point. It's an area of the game that Clix looked so good at back when he was playing with Censored.
Oh, just too much. Couldn't pop the med kit. Storm Surge adding on to that. But 35 below, Clix Epic well still standing tall, but you can see by their builds, their lack of heals in the inventory. They know their future. They're going to need a refresh. It's about when and where and how they're going to pick it up. I know a couple teams are around them. A lot of pressure is being put on. They're trying to be one of those teams that aren't unnoticed, but they spot out Duke and Edgy. They think the pressure is being put on them, and they see that as a green light to go. They're down on Surge, taking so much damage. 35 HP coming out from Clix. A huge shot as he gets into the box, but he gets shut down, and so does Epic well, as Duke and Edgy win a huge fight and get their 6th elimination of the game. But it's not over yet.
If you're Clix and Epic, well, that's all you can do. Try get in the box. But as you can see, when in box, chaos ensues. You can't really find much control. Unfortunately for them, they got pushed out of the lobby. Duke and Edgy almost following suit, but imagine they're able to make enough space to be able to survive for a bit.
They've been really having a solid second half of the day for Duke and Edgy. 8 eliminations in this game, particularly. So trying to rotate towards the zone. Storm Surge really affecting a lot of these teams, dictating how they get to play. This Ryzen user 56 above, coming hot off of Victory Royale in that last game. They cannot let their position slip out of their hands here on the leaderboard if they want to take first. They want to take the majority of those series points, as Rise is just looking around, changing layers. He wants to find somebody that is out of position in which they could strike. First semblance of high ground being taken by Noisy and Siren. They're the same team that was brave enough to try to go for Rift Island early on.
See if they can hold on to that, right? It's a difficult pool that they're going to have to traverse across. But I think the trend in these games is that if you are cognizant of who it is you need to focus and who are the threats to height, it can be quite easy to keep.
Sphinx goes down. Him and Playo playing a game of you clutch up.
They don't want to play as a duo in the end game.
Trying to rebuild that chemistry. They're just testing their limits. They already have their global championship spot secured. Boyo doing a good job maneuvering over everybody. Trying to optimize and save as many of the resources as possible, and a huge shot being fired onto Frenzy King. Unable to clean that one up, but he knows he has to continue going forward. No chance to hesitate and stagger backs. Duke and Edgy, they both finally get shut down. Rise and User have a chance to continue to rise up the leaderboards here in this game, especially Shinsora and Zypha. Haven't seen them in quite a moment. We saw Booga and Threats in their struggles, so this is their chance here in game number 5.
This Rise user trying to do what they did last game once again, trying to just claim and occupy the space in the front of the zone, mid ground or low ground. That's where their specialty lies. Rise so proficient in it, always understands the right size to claim, the timings as well. Acorn gonna do his best here all alone, and definitely has enough to play with to make this game a decent game for him.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people question the heisted accelerated Maven shotgun, but that gives him a speed boost if he just hits his shot. That allows him to continue to move forward into the zone. You see Ager's fresh out of builds. He's going to pop that slurp juice to try to keep himself alive and get hip to hip along with Kanata. They're going to try to stagger themselves back. Look for somebody they could try to get a refresh on if they're looking to take this game. That is going to be something that is imminent, as Acorn's dropping down. Needs a refresh of his own. Rise and User, they find one onto Rokane, but Rokane picking up huge points here in the game before last.
This is going to be tough. Horizon user very much need a refresh. The what's blocking off space a bit, but they're going to need to find and connect to something. Otherwise, this game could be a lost cause for them if they want to win. Aegis very much now strutting his solo prowess and finding opportunities in the back of the zone. He's going to get the elim. So close. Frenzy King on such low HP, but even with 1 HP, is still going to return fire onto Aegis, and he'll lose his life because of it. And User will as well. Acorn now as a solo. I said things might be over for him, but things are looking good.
Macwood's knocked. Macwood's knocked. 1v1 situation here. Acorn has the height outside of zone, and he clutches up, taking down both Macwood and Blake. Everybody says Cold is the man. Cold is the clutch artist. Well, Acorn shows it's not just him.
I can't believe it. Acorn never gets the credit he deserves, and sometimes even gets a bit of flack as well. But you cannot fault this man. A solo clutch all alone in this endgame where he's picked up about 5 or 6 eliminations on the way. An 8-elim win all alone, that is not an easy feat at all. What a game for Acorn. What a game for his confidence. It's not been the easiest of days for him, and he's expressed his frustrations online. But that is definitely how you want to start wrapping up the day, Jacob.
Yeah, and if you're Cold right here and you see your IGL do something like that, clutch up game after game as a solo, that's a huge boost of confidence. And I think they just put the lobby on warning. Game number 6 might not be any different.
Unbelievable for Acorn, actually unbelievable. We saw some crazy solo clutches yesterday on EU, even crazier of a solo clutch right now we're seeing from Acorn. Big stuff, and that's gonna be big for the standings as well. Let's send it to Zeke to break it all down.
Bro, what did I just watch? Okay, all right, so just set the scene for a moment. Getting victory royales in Fortnite is pretty difficult, right? And more often than not, you see a duo versus a duo or a duo versus solo, and sometimes it comes down to the 1v1. Almost never do you see a solo player run around and just say, victory royale, I will do that. I will do it by myself, and 8 eliminations. Acorn is just built different, man. Oh my God.
Yeah, Acorn saw what happened with EU and Vidil yesterday, and he knew NA has to represent as well. And that's quite the delivery, quite the statement as well to close out a game from a solo situation, because that's quite possibly one of the worst situations you could possibly be in. Granted, he was decent on build, but it's the fact that he was able to just so convincingly maneuver through these mid-ground layers, chop out the team on height, and put himself in a spot where they essentially couldn't really keep tabs on where he was at until he was actually able to overtake on height.
Yeah, that was absolutely perfect from Acorn. He was clutching up from, what, 22 teams alive? That is unbelievable stuff. I actually really love the way that he played that as well, because in that 10th zone, he was actually getting more into that 10th zone just in case it pulled even further. So he was ahead of the rest of the lobby, and it did. So he was there ahead of everyone else. Then he showed that he can do the opposite. He can play back in Storm, get that high ground early on, or late on, I should say, and do such a great job at it as well. I mean, that is absolutely perfect. And he's just incredible.
I don't, like, just such a masterful performance from Acorn to just perfectly know, hey, at all times, I'm going to have my back to this whole lobby. They cannot do anything to me. He, like, his positioning and awareness, wow. Let's go look at the standings. Acorn, man, you are just nuts. Let's see how things are going for everybody else. Not as good. Not as good. Acorn and Cold up 6 places. Now, please do remember, we are looking to put points on the series point leaderboard. So based on after 6 games, where people place, they will then put points on that separate leaderboard. User and Rise, they managed to clutch up here as well, moving up those 2 places. This is actually also very difficult to do. They didn't have the greatest start, right, Taco? But in these last couple of games, man, they've really turned up the heat.
But again, you have to remember that you have to think about the fact that Acorn and Cold, again, 4 games that they were able to win through quals. But as far as Rise and users are concerned, I always want to call them Yamzo in these circumstances, but we saw them again trying to take over that low ground territory, and while it didn't necessarily pan out to a victory royale for them yet again, you can just tell that this duo is just so great at managing to stick close together, and it's quite lethal when you're actually in those low ground layers, because these teams that are in the mid ground as well, looking to try and drop once they start running out of materials, who are they running into first? It's Rise and users.
Yeah, they're playing so well right there. They played that perfectly because they just put on a textbook, a little masterclass on how to actually play when you don't have much resource, you don't have much materials. Play on the backside of zone, pre-pop those slurps, try and stick together and look for a refresh together. And they did that so well in that end game right there. Jumping into the box, getting a little refresh at the, I think it was the 8th zone and the 9th zone. We saw them doing that. And then in that 10th and 11th zone, we saw them just playing a little bit more backside of zone, trying to pick up refreshes, and they made those placements count because they need it and they're on top.
Yeah, and speaking of another duo that needs this, it's Short and Zypha. We've kind of been talking about them a lot, and it's because they are just putting up elimination numbers that are like nuts. You know, not quite Acorn soloing the lobby with 8 elims nuts, but still, I mean, look at these eliminations. 30 eliminations. The placement's fine, but again, we talked about it last game. Just being carried so much by the fact that they can find these duos, they can find these solos, shut them down, and just use that to carry and build momentum.
But this was the first time that we didn't actually see them acquire any eliminations. They went from getting 5 or more each match so far to 0 and went down relatively early in this last game. So a bit tough for them because that drops them from that first place position that they've been trying to hold back down into 3rd. But again, kudos as well though to Users and Rise, because a big part of why they're able to escalate themselves in that first place position is because if you notice the objective points that they had acquired, it's still sitting at 24. So definitely the Vaults and Rift Island just continuing to build up in their title standing.
Yeah, Zypha and Shore, as you mentioned, Taco, 0 eliminations in that game. Very uncharacteristic from what we've seen from them today. And of course, that's what was their demise. They had no surge damage. They didn't have enough surge damage, and they got caught on that backside of that 7th zone when they were rotating in. Didn't quite work out for them because they just couldn't get the damage done early enough. And it's not their style to go for those little tags and in those big bases. They want to fight, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, we've got 2.5 here before we jump back up into this game. I want to look at the standings. Friends, talk to me about things that are maybe standing out to you. We only have a single game left to go here. And for a lot of these duos, they're trying to feel that pressure. Others, we're looking at that top 3. They're just saying, we have to hold on, right? People maybe in that lower top 10, up in the top 15, what do they need to do to kind of jump up and try and contest that top 5?
Well, I think one of the most brutal parts so far for teams, especially when you look at a team like Bugha and Threats, great example. There are teams that are just really struggling with the way that some of these zones are pooling so far north or even towards that like north mid-map area. And it's tough for a lot of these teams that are in that south side of the map to actually make those rotations because we talk about it time and time again, lack of mobility. And that's also partially why we're not seeing too much consistency in terms of which teams are actually acquiring and holding height. It's been a different team just about every single game so far.
Yeah, it really is. And it's been a little story of the objective points as well. You mentioned it, Taco. User and Rise actually have 24 objective points you can see on the leaderboard. No other team really comes close to that in that top 10. So that just shows that going for these vaults, going for this Rift Island might be a little bit too risky for the teams that are trying to be a little bit more consistent. There's so many teams fighting on there. It just turns into an all-out brawl. And the fact that there's not many of our teams, I mean, Bucky and Okis, not inside of that top 10. They've got it twice. They're not quite able to make it happen consistently. And maybe they can't quite give it up. Maybe they're like, we got it last game, let's try and go for it again, and it doesn't quite work the same. It's interesting to see that that dynamic develop.
Okay, so we know high ground is an issue. What do we do? Okay, I want to hear it. Give it to me straight. What do we do? Do we take it early? Do we shoot it down? What needs to happen?
Well, it's not so much about taking it early. It's more about just making sure that you actually have the resources and materials available because, again, the low mobility is just making it really difficult for these teams to really find those rotations and pick their moment, essentially, for us when they actually want to try and take height.
Go front side, look back, spray it down, take height. Win.
Mini Miner, my boy. That's what I like to hear. This is it, though. One last ride in NA. How does this all unfold? Let's find out together. Jacob PR, 11-2K will be our eyes in the sky. Gentlemen, over to you.
It's the final countdown, the last go around here for game number 6. And honestly, Levin, I don't know who I think is going to take it overall.
It is tight. It is tight. And I think definitely some of the teams that have started to step up towards the back end of the day have provided for some great entertainment. And I'm sure it will be the same in this last game, but I'm still just stunned. Acorn, how on earth have you managed to pull that off? Doesn't even make sense. mind blown. Absolutely
I'm gonna have
mind
to go
blown.
back into the VODs. I'm gonna have to go back to the VODs and watch that one. It's like third zone, something crazy. If I went down as a solo in third zone and you were left to survive, I bet you can take it. But game number 6, the last chance for teams to climb up the leaderboard, starts now. This is it. The last chance. I keep talking about for a lot of these teams to make up for any lost time. Already seeing Siren and Noisy, team brave enough to go for that Rift Island uncontested. Sure, Zypha, uncontested. These are these teams here at the top side of the leaderboard. Sure and Zypha, they slipped up in that last game. First place was taken from them. Now they're down 17 points going into this one. If they could just match that aggression they had earlier on in the early games, they could definitely take it. You see on the other side, Pars taking down Frenzy King? He wasn't landing by Pars before.
Yeah, it seems to be some switch-ups in the last game we've had here. Okay.
Not too many switch-ups, though. This is the fight we know and love. Seen so many times, and in the last half of the day, Vert and Rokane slowly but surely stepping it up, and they need these eliminations. They cannot let Decay go for free, and that's why they're hot on the heels. They're on the chase. But they got to be careful, because now they're going into enemy territory. Other players drop spots, including Rise, User, Cooper, Miro, over towards Slappy Shores, but they want this elimination. Rokane getting damaged up. DK doing a good job of fighting back. Goes right back into Rokane and gets the knock. That's a huge siphon if he's able to pick it up. Now he has more health than HP other than Vert, and he's just trying to bulldoze his way into the box. Has to figure out a way how he's going to strike back, especially with the third party now coming in, making this so much more difficult than Vert have ever hoped.
This is tough. Here's a player flanking around the left. Unfortunately, was not ready for it. Decay is the one to get the elim there, and letting him know how he feels here in game 6.
Gotta imagine Rokane probably had no builds to his name, tried to hide in the bush. Got sniffed out, and even DK didn't even know exactly where Vert was, but he flicks upward to get that elimination. Chubbs and Bryce fighting here right out of the gates. Almost game after game after game. They come out on top. A huge battle for them. And they're a team we know they can win games in a finals lobby. We've seen them do it before in previous seasons. As Sobsy going over here towards Lonely Labs, he gets taken out. And judging by the 2 eliminations he already has, and no sight of Blake and Macwood anywhere, you got to imagine they too are back to the lobby.
Yeah, seems like they met the unfortunate end. Not quite the day I think they would have wanted out of Lonely Labs. But again, still have time to work on things. That is what you can expect when you have a newer duo partner, right? Sometimes things don't quite click instantly. Not everybody gets that amazing honeymoon period we see some duos have where they go on and absolutely take over the region.
This one at least lasted a little bit longer than some of the previous ones before. There goes another shutdown. Xcept gets knocked though. Trade for trade. Scope versus User here, 1v1. Yeah, pieces him up. Scope just not backing down though. Not showing any fear here. Gets that elimination and refresh onto Xcept. Now he's in a 1v1 versus User. Both of them similar HP. It's not much at all. Scope just trying to go ahead and build himself up. Find that comfortability, and that's where he's going to pop the big pot. User's doing the same on the other side as well. The original Users.
Well, yeah, users, right? All the other frauds are user. Wait, this is users. He's got the Z there to let us know, innit?
He's like an urban legend. I heard about him. And I think everybody's going to hear about him soon. Can continue this aggression, but just be careful. Look at the bottom of Frenzy Fields. Another team slowly but surely closing the distance, and he doesn't have builds to protect himself. So as soon as they let it fire off, it's going to be hard for him to try to survive. Because he's trying to get into the box. He's trying to end this one quick against Scope. Get that refresh, and he does just that. But now the pressure is on the other side. That's Curly, who goes right into the box and sends him back to the lobby as well. huge amount of early game fights here in our 6th and final game.
There is no worse feeling than winning your fight off spawn and someone just aggressing you rapidly with a drum shotgun.
Ooh, great shots there from Mars. At least 70 tag off of one. And I saw that Baka did get an elimination very, very early on one of the Frenzy Kings earlier in the game. So now you can imagine why they're disengaging. They already fought one team. And Mars and Stiff are using this as an opportunity to continue to push them out. That way they can have all the loot that is left over. They still have to rotate in their direction, so it's not going to be as easy as it sounds. From one side of the map to the next, Hero and Cooper trying to come out on top here in game 6 and get back down just a little bit. Third parties yet again being the name of the game here in our final moments.
Ooh.
This is a good moment right here. They're separated right now. D-Roller took a good shot. He has to stop and heal.
See how worried he is, right? Amount of boxes and different avenues and crevices of space he's creating.
Here comes Bolt and Thoric out of nowhere. I know to start the tournament off, they were landing a little more south on the map than what we see now, but making some quick rotations to try to get to where they need to be. They probably heard all this action going down, and they're trying to use this as an opportunity to either pick up eliminations or damage from Surge, and you could see them trying to run away. They didn't like how high this fight is in the sky, so they want nothing of it, or at least for now, as they continue to trade shots for Surge. Ooh, I think they won that trade too. Convict taking down Poyo. Another one of our top competitors here. 8th place going into this game. Even Sphinx as a duo. Miro and Cooper still holding on here in this position. You can see the zone pulling away from Slappy Shores, so it's going to get exponentially harder for either one of these teams to survive if they don't hurry up.
Yeah, this is tough. Time ticking. That might cause for some rash decision making. In the case of Noxy, it's going to cause for some big shotgun shots to be hit. Wow. That was not bad whatsoever. This is going to clean it up as well. Finish the window edit to try and secure things. Oh my days, this guy doesn't miss right now. Oh! Noxy. Stone cold as well, no reaction. Doesn't even care.
D-Roller switching things up in terms of his duo partners.
Yeah, I want to play with that guy.
Both add him to the list right now. Snacky, an FNCS champion of his own. And the other half of the former duo of D-Roller is Knifer. New teams all around this season, especially here in week number 1. Snacky, no stranger to aggression. Neither is Smite over on the other side, so it's going to be a good battle between the two as they continue to trade shots, fight for that beast control. Snacky loses it here for that short moment. It's going to go on over to Smite. He's going to quickly try to get it back, but the pre-edit going through and a great shot by Smite to take down the shields of Snacky and quickly fighting, going from one piece to the next, trying to claim as much real estate as possible.
So tough. Oh man, Sid. Again, letting his opponents know how he feels here in this last game before banishing them back to the lobby.
Give a salute to all the fallen duos in the game so far.
Oh man.
Quickly just putting those shots out, rising chugs. They land just north of the Citadel. Trying to make this an easier rotation. Diminish the Sid, you can kind of see how that one started. A great 3-2-1, almost all headshots. Penta, he didn't stand a chance there. Made it look easy.
Too easy.
Quick drop down. Wait a minute. Did I just see in the feed that all this loot used to belong to Threats? I think Curly got the elimination on Threats.
Does seem that way.
He's taking some damage.
Ooh.
Inside.
Yeah.
So Booga already went down. We already kind of know what's going to happen here. Beast Control getting taken away and boxed up. Not something you see every day happen to Threats and Booga in a situation like that. I even saw in the feed, there's a lot of our top teams going down early on. Which teams can rise to the occasion here, because this one's definitely getting tough for anybody that might have been caught off guard. See Convict and Vanillas, or just Convict, because him and Vanillas have two different positions here, trying to maximize the opportunity for Surge.
And rightfully so, right? There wasn't much traffic, right? Player traffic in that area, so not many opportunities. Really, there was one team that you can sort of take tags on, but otherwise pretty dry there.
Okay. Rotate inch by inch for Kanata Nagers. They're experts of their game. Gonna take some time here, let things stabilize. Let's see a replay. We already knew that Poyo was down. This was kind of the start of the other replay. Is Sphinx able to survive this here? That's very, very daring. I get the idea. I give him A for effort. I give him an A for effort, but I give him like a 3 for execution.
Yeah, I'm reserving judgment until next week. Valiant efforts, nonetheless, and hopefully we do get to see more of him next week.
We can only go down from here. Unfortunate. Started at about 170 points or so. Depending on where they end up, that's going to be some great series points for the start of their FNCS. So we're back on board both Kanata and Aegis. They're trying to get the jungle vault loot here. And on the other side, it is going to be a Rift available if they do want it. And right next to them on top of that, you got Rift Island right above, where you see a lot of players already toying with the idea of those 15 extra points. Because you can see in the minimap, it's already being contested. Ooh, I think this is one of the first times I'm remembering seeing the new mythic slap splashes going down on Rise. Instead of 15 HP, it gives you 30, a longer duration with the stamina. But we're going to go ahead and throw it on over to Vivid to see how Rise and User even got this loot.
Game 6 of NA has been action-packed and a lot of strategies switching up, a lot of elims popping off, but the same early game strategy for our current leaders in Rise and User. And basically, it's just all about that Storm Surge and making sure that they hang around their POI in order to get that Vault keycard, which is so much. They're up to 20+ points from this. Let's see if they can hold on.
I was bigging up Rise and User at the start of the day. I said that they are my favorite duo to watch. A team that I feel like anybody who's looking to improve at the game can learn plenty from when it comes to strategy and having a set game plan. And that's definitely showed off here today so far.
Just looking around as we continue in this game. 5th place, Booga and Threats, out. 8th place, Poyo and Sphinx, out. Even 11th place, Blake and Macwood, out. So that means there's at least 3 spots, 2 of them into the top 10, up for grabs if teams can perform well enough to overtake their respective opponents. In the site we haven't seen since the early games on the day, Bucky and Okus being one of the teams high up on that Rift Island, trying to claim it as their own. Much needed points as well, if they could so figure out a way to make that come to fruition.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? We've not had like a set team just sort of condition everybody, right? The way we sometimes do on EU. It's been a mixed bag of different teams here and there.
Just wondering which user that was that went down.
Yes, very useful information.
Trying to see who's left by. Blitz is there, Suds. We saw Suds make a huge play to kind of start some of our early games, but both players into the box, but it's only going to be a trade. It comes at a cost, but Kanata's still not only alive, but full HP and shields, going for that revive Meanwhile, that third party comes in from Rapid. That one's going to clean up Blitz. And you even hear all the action going down right above them as Kanata's going to have to stop that revive to try to go ahead and play a little defensive to keep his position intact. And now I think that was the couple seconds Kanata did to kind of buy himself time. You see nobody getting aggressive to try to clean this one up. But if anybody's going to do so, it could be Batman, Bugha, and Rapid if they only know that he's there.
You can see just how cautious they're being, aware of the fact that there are a bunch of different players that could cause potential issues for them. I'm sure they'll find a safe route out of there. Problem is, not really many safe places in the map, so they'll have to base up again rather soon.
At least I know which user it wasn't that went down earlier. I saw our user right next to Rise, so the team in first place, still intact here on the leaderboard. They're in first place by 6 points as well. The duo right below them, Acorn and Cold, see Convict and Vanillas into the zone, trying to move forward. Speak of the superstars. Heard Vivid break down how they got such an early game start. As soon as zone pulls, they go ahead and cover themselves with mud, trying to make a quick rotation go out, be one of the first teams over towards Shattered Slabs. That way they can look back and just feel that comfortability, and the other team has to rotate to zone. Edgy on the other side. Doesn't have smooth sailing. Duke, he goes down. Isla on the other side. This is NPen as well. Edgy trying to make up for it. They're trying to bulldoze their way into the box, showing full aggression to take down both Duke and Edgy. Bila gets credit for both of those eliminations, but it's the team who prospers with all the fallen loot.
That's not going to do too bad for them heading into this last game. We've got the motherload to sort of choose from now in terms of what they can take as the zone continues to close. Sure and Zypher, a bit of a chip on their shoulder, right? They led the day for quite some time, and then it just slipped away in the previous couple of games. There was a point where I thought they were going to potentially get their elimination record in NA, but very much slowing down since then.
I got scared in that short second. I was like, what happened to Shore and Zypher? What happened to their aggression early on in the game? They had one major slip up overall. They have a 9th, a 4th, and a 3rd. The major slip up was that 36th place they had in that last game. And then the one other placing they had is 15th with 6 eliminations. So if they can pop off here, they can try to reclaim that first place spot. But G-Money trying to rift in towards the zone. Gets taken down a little short. Now it's up to Bully here by himself. And the chances of him being able to get that reboot is going to be very, very difficult. And that's even if it's a small possibility, but it looks like he's going back into the zone, back to the rift that they were trying to use early on.
Thing is, I'm wondering is how they're going to actually path now to the zone. I think going through the sort of north probably would be the best bet. Yeah, look, he's just going to white line towards it. Try to fly above some of these teams, but again, you're going to have to spam your glider if you have any real chance.
Shore and Zypher on the other side. That could be a good solo for them to go after. They spot out Bully, but instantly Bully drops down towards the low ground, builds a box 2, 3 boxes wide to make sure no one can just guess that he's a solo. It's Clips, Epic Will. They see somebody by themselves. That's going to be Vanillas who gets spotted out. So many other teams are nearby, so you got to watch out for that third-party potential. But they spotted out that Vanillas was a solo. They thought it was going to be an easy cleanup, but because of that third party, it wasn't as easy as they thought. So now they have no real other choice but to try to disengage and move to zone, because you see how far away they are from the actual zone.
It's going to be a tough rotate if they don't manage to catch teams as they are also moving in. But as soon as somebody starts to look back to an easy target, definitely could fall into that category. So gonna have to use the right cover, dodge and weave through some of these builds just to go unnoticed.
Just trying to recycle as much as possible. Knows he doesn't have a ton to work with, but finally gets spotted out by a team with a little bit of elevation. spots out Stacky on the other side. Doesn't know Redux is down. Stacky's gonna have to leave him there by himself as Noisy cleans up that elimination. And you can see how close everybody is. You don't want to be stuck at the lowest point of Shattered Slabs, and that's why you see teams in such close proximity boxed up against each other. Vanillas finally gets targeted out, sent back to the lobby, fortunately, but fortunate enough for Clix and Epic, though, they get credit for that elimination and even more Storm Surge for their totals.
Yeah, you know how crucial that is. Something that we hadn't had to watch sure in time for struggle on, and that's because of plays like this.
Great find when it comes to the heals. Make sure that Zypha has that slurp juice. Get him up to 200 HP and shield, sure. He has that med miss, so it's not going to be a problem from him either. Just waiting for the zone to pull. That way they can start their rotation. You see splashes coming out. They're trying to leave not too much left behind for anybody else to try to gather. Maximize potential here in this game as zone is now going to begin to move up the mountain a little bit outside of Shattered Slabs.
This slight change in elevation is going to have a big impact on how this lobby plays out. Ritual and Reet haven't quite been able to really push themselves as one of the contending teams, even though they're in that sort of area. But if Ritual can have the kind of game we saw Acorn have, then maybe, just maybe, they'll finish the day with us all singing their praises. Sure, Zypha trying to get back to their previous form, and they're starting to get there, feeling a bit more comfortable again.
That happens sometimes. You do so good in the beginning, you stray away from what got you there, trying to play a little safe. But now they've begun to let loose here in the final moments. Kanata and Ager, same thing could be said for them. 424 above the damage threshold. So it's not going to be a worry for them. It's only trying to figure out where these players are actually positioned at so they can figure out what is going to be the correct rotation into the zone. Which is why you see Cold gathering that information for Acorn. Try to make the best decision. Both of them have their respective codes peeking through. And with the zone pulling, now is where those decisions have to be made.
Yeah, in this game, so interesting how it concludes. Noisy and Siren need to be careful. I believe on second height, it was our boys Rise.
Just going around making sure nobody sneaks up behind them. They know at least one player's there towards the right. And there goes that mountain I was talking about, having to go up, over, even towards the side. Getting out of Shattered Slab isn't as easy as it sounds in a set finals lobby. Last of the Mythic Slap Splash is being used. You get an extra couple of seconds on the duration when it comes to that unlimited sprint. And he even finds a men miss with the triple slurp juices. This could be a big win condition coming out and being shown right now by Rise.
Yeah, the potential for the heal off is going to be so huge for them in this game. We're seeing just how detrimental this change in elevation has been for all these players. So much being used. You can see players just scurrying about. Rise having to get a bit creative, jumping in the faces of players here and looking for the refreshes. And that's going to be huge. The match is going to take them a long, long way.
Yeah, first and second place on your right. And seeing what they're going through here on the left as players are getting dropped left, right, and center. Bucky's going to get one. Jackson's going to get one on Notch as well. And there goes that height play. This is exactly what Mini Miner was talking about. Look towards the backside of zone. Shoot out height. That's going to be your best chance of trying to overtake it yourself. We've seen Acorn do it last game as a solo alone as Shore and Zypha dropping down. A huge flank onto another player. They get their way into the box and a huge knock is going to be achieved. A siphon that's needed when they need it most. They got barely enough mats to keep themselves going, but at least it's something to work with as they continue to stagger around and stay ahead of everybody else.
These guys don't say no to a fight, and I don't blame them. But look who it is. Look who it is up above in the sky. It is Rise. It is User ready to try and solidify their spot in first place. And they have been nothing short of sensational throughout today. And even with their dwindling materials, you've definitely got to look at them and think, this could be it.
Yeah, especially since what chance is anybody going to have to really look up top? As Zypha and Shore are getting stuck backside of the zone. Med Miss coming out. They're actually both using it. This is one of those situations you might want to try to save one, sacrifice yourself for your teammate. Shore goes down. Zypha's still trying to make it to the zone. He doesn't have anything left on the med miss, so he goes down altogether. And now a chance with still first place and second place alive. A battle between the two Titans.
This is going to be hard. They're trying to take each other out. And it's going to be a successful one for Acorn and Cold. It seems Users down. And so that just leaves Rise. And as good as he is he going to be able to handle both of them, pressure them, chopping him out? He's going to start to fall. He's trying to reconnect. But all that time in the zone is going to be ticking away at his HP. Have to use one of those many slurps he has. But Acorn and Cold are so relentless. They're not going to give it up.
Yeah, they know Rise. It's only a matter of time before he re-peaks. Trying to solidify his position with the pressure coming in from the low ground. A blessing in disguise, some would say, is Acorn now fumbling around, figuring out how he's trying to survive. He towards the high ground, that's Rise. They finally look back yet again. Cold staggering himself as well. He's willing to risk it all as we get into our top three. Rise still doing everything to stay alive. 1v1 versus Cold, backside of zone. This could be a battle for first place. Cold goes down, Rise gets the refresh. He's trying to keep it alive, but Rise versus Acorn, he gets tagged up, and somehow, some way, it's Wavy Jacob through all the madness who takes the game.
I do not understand what I am watching. This has been one of the craziest finishes we've seen in a qualifier in quite some time. The two Titans head-to-head going at it in a battle for height. But Wavy Jacob there, waiting in the wings to clean things up and steal the show. Jacob, I don't even know what to expect out of the standings at the end of the game. Both teams were so close together. But with how impressive and how deep their runs were, who is going to finish the day on top is so fascinating to me, Jacob. Both of these teams were the top two teams in the round before this to qualify to the stage. They have been the dominant teams in NA thus far, and they continue to be that in qualifier one.
Yeah, and it was all just bursted up by Wavy Jacob. Hey, my name's Jacob. It must be just a Jacob thing, but it was 6 points, Levin. To start that game, it was 6 points difference between first and second place. So with that one ended, it is anybody's game at this point, and we need help. We need Zeke. We need Taco and Mini Miner to let us know who won week one.
Bro, Jacob's a funny guy. Jacob's a funny guy.
All him,
yeah. Wow. Game 6 did not disappoint, and this is why we kind of always say this. You don't know it's over until that final game of Fortnite, because everything you think you know, everything you assume is going to happen, never goes that way. First and second place, fighting it out until the very end. Now, do keep in mind, Acorn was the one that did kind of inch out by a little bit, but was it enough? Did they have eliminations? What about mid-match objectives? There's so much to talk about, but really quickly, I want to talk about Wavy Jacob. Man, he just heard all this going down, and he just decided, I'm going to sit back. Y'all battle it out. I got plenty of heals. I'll be there at the end. I'll be there to find you when you're wounded, limping on your way to the circle. It'll be me that ends the game.
Hey, if there's ever a time to take a seat back, Wavy Jacob knew that exact moment. He knows that he doesn't necessarily have the HP advantage by any means to try and directly aggress into either of these two teams that he could tell are still left fighting it out above him. But the way that he actually chose to move throughout that low ground and the mid ground were, again, just hanging at the very back of the zone, making sure to essentially not put himself as a centerpiece for attention.
Yeah, they did a great job of just claiming that low ground, making sure they could clear all that going on, because all the way up on high, I mean, what was happening? We had two teams battling out, two of our top teams trying to go just crazy on each other up there. It was unbelievable to see, and Wavy Jacob just rode it out really well. He didn't try and crank up for height. He didn't try and look up and spray. He just played that med mist really well and rode out and somehow got a victory. I'm sure he would have been as surprised as us.
That was so crazy. We'll take a look at the standings in just a moment, but man, what a crazy day overall for North America. You know, this is what I wanted to see, were these aggressive plays, but after all is said and done, it is Rise and User at the top. Now, we will come back to them in just a moment. Let's head on down to that third place team, Shore and Zypha. 34 eliminations on the day. A bulk of those points coming from those eliminations. I've got to say, once again, I said it like game 2 or 3. I'm going to say it again. Shore and Zypha, they continue to impress me. They continue to find these I don't even know how Taco, but like pockets of like eliminations are like, yeah, that's what we need. Let's go get that.
It is just the sheer boldness that we saw Shore and Zypha time and time again. And it almost seemed as though they were just constantly taking solos or duos that were trying to like box up, trying to catch a moment to breathe. All of a sudden, you've got Shore, you've got Zypha rushing your box, not giving you any sort of opportunity to actually think about what your next maneuver is going to be because it's already too late. They've already gotten those shotgun blasts right into your face. And honestly, 68 points from 34 eliminations is unreal.
Yeah, it really is. They're so good at closing out fights quickly. They're so good at just making sure the fight is over before they can get third parties. And that's what's just keeping them going throughout the end games today. I really, really got impressed by them as well, Zeke. I really, really thought they did fantastically. I'm excited to see if they can maybe develop their game into not being so elimination heavy, because in those grand finals formats, in those higher stakes formats, you won't be able to just W key like they do today. So I'll be interested to see if they can.
Yeah, and I mean, especially kind of, that's a great point, because later on, we're looking at global championships. It's not just NA, right? There's all of these other regions going head-to-head, and some of the very best. You can't just W key. You have to also rely on placements as well. Let's take a look at those standings one more time. We have to talk about Acorn and Colt in that second place. Again, those, first and second going head-to-head. Now, Acorn did manage to get himself that second place, but overall, this is a duo I'm so excited to continue to watch and see them grow, because I feel like they've really tapped in and found their play style.
As far as Acorn and Cold are concerned, we saw them consistently finding those opportunities to just make it late, get those important placement points. But the real differentiating factor that I'm sure they take note of was the objective points. The fact that there were 27 there to carry over Rise and users into that first place position, it's definitely worth noting, because you can have the crazy clutches by Acorn, getting the last 4 eliminations in the lobby and also finding a victory royale to boot with it as a solo in a duos matchup. But if you're unable to keep up in terms of objective play, that's clearly making the difference. It was the storyline for EU, and now here again today in NA, it's making the difference.
Yeah, it really is. And I've been really impressed with these guys so far today, or so far this season as well, based on their performance today, because they are showing that they're adaptable. They can play multiple different ways. We previously knew them as that sort of mid to low ground team, but they're taking hype more this season. We saw it in the previous rounds of FNCS. We saw it in the Duo Cash Cup. We've seen them play a little bit of a different style when they need to. They're not afraid to go up for height, and we saw it again today. I'm excited for this duo because they seem to be a much more well-rounded team now.
So good. And finally, that duo that ended the day in that first place spot. It is User, aka Yamzo, and Rise. And wow, did they indeed rise up the standings. They maybe had a little bit of a slower start on the day, but immediately just hit pedal to the gas. They said, we're gonna go all in, and boy, did they.
But their adaptability as a duo to actually have the awareness that they needed to ensure that there was no singular height control coming out of Acorn and Cole towards the very end, because Rise, User, we see them frequently taking over the low ground. These are 2 players that are incredibly good at playing those low ground layers, but you have to love the impact that they were still able to have even when they were outside of that typical comfort zone.
Yeah, they really do. It's very similar to the sort of Acorn and Cole story. We're seeing them go for height a little bit more. We saw them play low ground really, really well today, of course, as well. But as you guys have mentioned, the thing that has won them the tournament today is those objective points. Previously, if this was last season's FNCS, they'd be second. They wouldn't be on top. They would be nowhere near, because they actually got 225 placement points compared to Acorn and Cold's 239. And they got similar eliminations as well, 25 to 26. So it was those extra 27 objective points that they managed to get from their drop spot, that vault. That's what got them over the line today. So it just shows how much of a priority that these objectives and these mid-map objectives need to be for some of these teams.
I love the breakdown. Now, guess what? We have an interview. That's right. We get to hear from Iamzo himself. Now, keep in mind that his name was User in game. Iamzo, my man, it is fantastic to see you. First off, huge congratulations. How are you feeling after this just crazy performance, man?
Feeling pretty good, because at the start we had a pretty rough start, and we just finished off strong like usually.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, if we take it back to Major number 1, you guys just barely missed qualifying for the Global Championships. Now in Major 3, you guys are just kicking it up to 11. How hard are you guys working right now to try and just make sure you can secure one of those spots?
We're working really hard, trying to perfect our mid game and end game, and yeah, I think we'll call it easy this FNCS.
You're talking about how you're trying to perfect your mid-game gameplay, and we saw the big difference today being the objectives that you guys were actually able to focus in on. But Rift Island seems to be a pretty pivotal piece as far as mid-game objectives are concerned. How important do you two value it as a duo, and how often do you try to work it into your game plan, essentially?
Our drop spot is probably like one of the best drop spots this season, so we don't really play for Island too much because we already have the Vault, which gives 2 slurps, and we guaranteed get a catch also, so we don't really go for the Island that much.
Yeah, of course, you highlighted it right there. Your drop spot's been pivotal to your success. We saw it yesterday on EU. It was quite highly contested. Queasy and Venno landing there last minute. Are you afraid of any teams now seeing how powerful your drop spot is and maybe thinking, oh, why don't we land on Yomzo and Rise and try and contest them? Are you afraid of them?
The last 2 seasons, I was surprise con in Grand, so I wouldn't doubt if I'm surprise con this Grand because how good our loot is, but no, I'm not that scared.
Yomzo, one final question for you guys. Obviously, trying to secure that spot for global championships. Let's fast forward. Let's say you guys qualify. Do you guys feel that now, where you are currently, you are ready to face all of these other regions at globals? Or do you guys still feel like there's just a couple little things you want to fix up before getting it there, like before making it there?
Yeah, if globals is tomorrow, I definitely think we get top 10, maybe top 5, but we definitely still have to improve if we want to win it.
Yeah, Yomzo, man, a few words, but the utmost confidence. Man, for all the fans out there, if for some reason they don't know where to find you, please tell them where they can.
My main social is Twitter. It's just Yomzo1, and yeah, if you follow that, you'll be redirected to all my other ones.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much. Again, just congratulations on this wild performance you and Rise have put on, and we can't wait to see you guys in the coming weeks for more of the FNCS.
Thank you.
Man, what a day of Fortnite it has been. Has there been any highlights for you guys? I mean, all the expectations I feel like I had were just smashed after these last couple of games.
I think if anything, Zypha and Shore coming in top 3 when it's been what feels like almost an eternity since we last got an opportunity to see Zypha in a weekly final. So definitely congrats to him as well for basically putting himself into the conversation.
I love those Rift Island fights. Those Rift Island fights are so entertaining to watch. I absolutely love it. Seeing 2, 3, 4 teams all going up there, going toe-to-toe to try and claim those points. It's worth it for these teams. We've seen it again today, and I'm expecting to see more of the same throughout the next few weeks.
Now, you're talking about next few weeks. When are we back? Well, that's it for this weekend, but let's take a look at our broadcast schedule. Now, remember, we have EU and NA shows respectively. When are we back for NA? There you go, July 30th. Now, please do keep in mind, 2 big things to call out here. Grand Finals, August 12th and 13th. We're looking at the top 10 going into globals in that upper bracket. However, take note, August 20th, we're going into the last chance major. That will be the last opportunity for duos to try and qualify for the lower bracket of the global championships. Now, if this has kind of got you hyped and you're like, globals, like, are there still tickets? You know, what's the story? Check this out. This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane. Yes, we still have tickets. There is plenty of time. If you want to make the globals, make sure you don't miss out. We'll be there. We're going to be watching in like next level Fortnite action. Don't miss out. Any final closing thoughts from you guys here before we say goodbye?
I just wish it was week 2 already.
I wish it was week 2 already as well. This has been fantastic. Week number 1 has not disappointed across EU and NA. It's been absolutely fantastic. And I'm expecting the meta to shift a little bit going into next week and throughout the season. I'm expecting teams to VOD review because this is a no mobility meta as of right now. So teams have to hit the VODs, go back to the blueprint maybe, and try and tweak a few things. So I'm expecting to see some differences next week.
That's where I'm at, Minnie. I'm excited to see how players look to adapt next week. Maybe bust out some new surprises, new tech, all of it, and so much more. But again, that's a next week situation for us. For now, we have to say goodbye. But as always, we love you all. Keep yourselves safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.